Welcome to Combox. Jared is here. Glenn is here. The highest hair in the business. Yeah, we've got everything going on. I can say that this is the most exciting day on Combox we've ever had because I've got a huge announcement, everyone. Robin Mins! It's the Robin Mins Day! I think I've been writing about Robin Mins for 3 years, and there was a certain point where I thought maybe he doesn't exist as a human being, and he's a construct. What is it? Was it the Enron guys when they just made up people in their system? It's a bit like that with Mumbai Indians. Glenn, it's a fascinating lineup. Ryan Rickleton and Will Jacks are opening the batting, so
yep.
All hands on deck. And as it stands at the moment,
surprising.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, as it stands at the moment, Trent Bolter's going to bat at number 8.
Wow, that's interesting. That's a surprising question that I wanted to ask you. I mean, if you're batting first, you have 7 batters. It's a very unlikely decision taken by a team that is so batting deep and got all-rounders and all of that. This decision, I find it a little difficult to digest and even understand.
Is there an element of, they've got Shardul Thakur, they've got Krish Bhagat. No, I don't mean him. I mean, Shardul Thakur, Mayank Raya, even Krish Bhagat and Raj Boa. Is it possible that they just bring in an all-rounder and give themselves a little bit of extra bowling later?
Good possibility.
Krish Bhagat can bat, can't he? I mean, I know he's not really an all-rounder yet, but I think he's supposed to be able to bat. Yeah, he can hold the bat. So they might be thinking one of those kinds of guys can come in and just give them a number 8, right? It's still shallow. It's still, we're talking about, we're not talking about a whole lot of batting here. Anyway, the first ball of this game is going to be bowled by the Sunrisers. And it is Pat Cummins. It's full, it's straight, it's hit the back of points, and they steal a single. There we go.
How do you look at this game? Game number 41, the Indian Premier League. We're almost done with, I think, 70% of all the games, almost. What's your take on the league so far, and specifically Mumbai as the team? Have their experiments clearly not played off, but what do you think?
I like today, Glenn, and I'll tell you why I like today. I like the fact that they've basically looked at this and be like, oh, this is shit, and we're playing terrible. So let's try something new. And the big man's here.
Hi, bro. Hi, Glenn.
Hello.
Yeah, so I like this.
Hi, Jared.
I think if you're playing terrible cricket and your only chance of making the playoffs, there's no point just running the same players back over and over again if everyone's in bad form. Right? I don't want to get too Nicholas Puran with this, but at a certain point, something needs to change, right? And I do think if we look at it all together, that if you're, I have no problem with the team trying younger players, trying players in different positions. As Cummins comes in again, and this one's back of a length and just push down that mid-on, and they won't get a run there. So from that perspective, I don't mind it. I think this season seems to be more defined by form than almost any other season I can think of. Because if you look at the 11s they're coming in with, it doesn't really make sense where Mumbai is. You could argue the same with whatever's going on with Delhi's top 5. You could certainly, Lucknow might be the poster child for, if they had one player in form, they might be a good side.
Right. Strangely, a lot of teams have experimented with their top orders, especially the power play batting, and have gotten uncapped players. And it's paid off most of the times. And I think Robin Mins coming into the whole picture right now. And finally, Robin Mins, Jared, we've got Robin Mins in today's game. It's a big story for today.
Robin Mins, also known as the Akshay of Mumbai Indians.
There we go. Excellent segue, that Jared. Excellent segue. Love that.
How many, man? How many jerseys do you have, man?
I was just about to ask the same.
All time.
Your microphone is really weird, Akshay. You sound like you're being drowned underwater by Deepak because he's on top of you at the moment. Not sexually. This is a big swing by Ryan Rickleton, and he almost clips this back onto his stumps, but it goes through to the keeper. No, great comment here from Abbas. He says, every time Glenn comes in, he's in a different room.
Yeah, I'm actually... I finally gotten some space in the house. There's no one today, so I can actually sit and kind of work this out. I've got 2 dogs also around here.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Actually, do you want to do a test so we can try and
Mic check. Is it better?
No, it could not be worse.
Jesus Christ.
We'll take Akshay out for a moment. Cummins in again, and inside edge. And it's going to go out to backward square leg for one.
In the post match yesterday, I was kind of saying this, that the best way MI can actually stifle this SRH batting lineup is by giving a little sluggish, little tacky surface, and I think they've gone with that because there are patches of grass and there's patches of dry surface also. So it's a kind of a pitch that they gave last year also, where SRH kind of struggled. They had a 45-run power play, and then Will Jacks was able to take out Ishan Kishan and Head.
Oh, Will Jacks, first ball. Second ball, isn't it, for him? It's in the slot, and he's just played through the line, got it very high, but it's 4 over long on. I think it was a little bit off the toe. Looked like a beautiful strike, but let's listen to Akshay to see what we can hear.
Yellow. Mic check. All right, I'm not sure what's up. Let me try a different pair of headphones or something.
That's a muffled mic that ain't the strike. I'll tell you, I'm on a bike and I'm going to spike. That's how we do. We roll in 2 and 3, 2, 1. Pat Cummins. I'm not even going to do it. I'm on a free verse. Did you watch Pat Cummins celebrate on the first ball? Like, Pat Cummins was celebrating like the fielding that he did on the first ball was absolutely sublime. Watching that attitude at the Watchalong Stadium in front of the Mumbai crowd. Quiet. I'll play with you later. Quiet. So yes.
So Jared, did you listen? Did you listen to Glenn's mimicry of different players?
Yeah,
he always comes up with these brilliant nuggets of his.
Today
we'll do an Ishan Sharma also.
I think if you look at Pat Cummins, Glenn, he does that a lot. Like, it's one of the things that he does quite a bit is he lets the fielders know when they're doing good jobs. He's quite attentive with that sort of stuff.
So, did you get a chance to interview him ever, like Cummins?
Yeah, when he was a kid, I spent about an hour with him. So he would have been about 20, 21. Hingo! 6. Length ball, top of off stump, and it's about to land now. Big hit from Rickleton across the line there.
The big question is, will Prafull ever bowl a good over?
Now Glenn's microphone sounds weird, Deepak. What have we done to him?
Yeah. Even I'm kind of getting some sound in my earphone also, I guess.
Let's try Akshay.
Is it any better now?
So Akshay now sounds good, and that has apparently ruined Glenn as they steal another single here.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. I've taken the Google audio from you and just transferred mine to you.
All right. Now, am I clear? Audible now?
A bit better now, yeah. A bit better now,
yeah.
Yeah. So Mumbai still favourite in this game, guys.
Oh, on which basis?
They're Mumbai. On no other basis.
But they count history more than the current form or what?
No, they count Mumbai more than anything else. If Mumbai's in a game, the chances of them not being favourite is very, very slim. It'll take almost till the end of the year, Deepak, before they stop being favourite.
But like, considering the fact that the last good season, like obviously they made a very good comeback last season also, but like a real dominant season post 2020 is still pending. So, like, how do markets go about that? Like 6th season where they've been little. Even last season also, like they lost a lot of matches in the beginning, right? They lost 4 matches on the trot, so. They just managed to kind of get into the top 4. But...
It's almost like people in Mumbai have a lot of money and believe that Mumbai is destined to win everything.
Fair thing.
By the way, did any of you read that piece by Vishal Mishra on how to sort of quantify performances and how to equate batters, bowlers, all-rounders and everything? It's a very fascinating piece.
Which piece?
So it came up just day before Delta. So he's come up with a new metric
top
called
edge
Delta,
here. And oh god, it's going to be another 4. So there was a /4 a minute ago from Will Jacks. This time he's got a top edge over the top. So 1 6 in this over and 2 4s.
So Akshay, can you share that in the group?
Yeah, I will share that. So he's come up with a new metric called Delta, that his way of sort of quantifying what's the impact that each player has generated in a game. So it's essentially a one-size-fits-all approach wherein now you can directly compare batters, bowlers, and all-rounders. So for the longest time, that's been the biggest question, right? How do you say whether this batter has more impact than, say, an all-rounder or a bowler? Because they're different suits, they're different ways, they come in different phases and all of that. And according to his article, Hardik Pandya has been the worst all-rounder in the last 3 seasons of IPL. Like, worst. Batting, bowling, across parameters, he's been the worst. I'll share that. Very fascinating piece. Wait.
Jared, you were telling us a bit about Pat Cummins when you met him when he was about 22. Tell us that bit. Right?
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember what year it was. So 2021. We were making the documentary, so it must have been 2011. So you'd have to work out how old he was based on how old he was in 2011. But
18, 19, because he made his debut around that.
he was certainly, I
2011 he made his
remember
debut.
the SCG, Will Jackson's just going for everything here. He's 13 off 6, but he's played 19 shots. 21 without loss at the end of the second over. Hingay went for a little bit there. So he the SCG is shared by the Sydney Football Club, right? The Sydney Swans. And they had a machine at that stage that allowed him to do cardio without putting any impact on his body, because that was the big thing at that stage. He couldn't put any impact on his back, right? And so that day he'd been on that machine for hours, and then we came and saw him, and he sat down for about an hour and a half. It was for the Death of a Gentleman. I don't know if anything he said made the film. It was a fascinating chat, but he was very, very young. He's obviously very intelligent, very understanding of his place. But one of the things that I found really interesting is that for a player that young who had been quite protected by Cricket Australia, his agent, who was Neil Maxwell, had set it up for us, who is now his business partner. And there was a woman there that was with the agency, and she just left. And it was like, it's very rare for a player that young who's that protected to not have someone listening in, right, to see what it is. And so it was me, him, Sam Collins sitting on the SCG for about, an hour and a half, however long it took to set up. And it was the one thing I remember talking to him about the most was how much outside of the interview, the one thing we talked about him the most was about how much he was working on his batting, because he was like, I can't bowl, right? So this has to be my opportunity to become a better batter. And if you look at Pat Cummins now, as this one is whipped over the leg side for another boundary off the man himself. If you look at Pat Cummins now, he does sort of bat a little bit like a guy who spent a lot of time with net bowlers and throwdowns, right?
Yes.
Like it's a little bit mechanical the way his batting goes about it from that point of view. But yeah, just very intelligent, very laid back. I remember because we couldn't come up with, we'd filmed in the SCG so much, we'd used every angle we liked. And we just said, what if we just sit on the surface? And he was just like, fine. So we sat on his ass in his jeans for 90 minutes with us and chatted.
Wow.
Oh, another 4 whacked down the ground by Rickleton.
Wow.
Other than that,
Rickleton and Jax are on.
Yeah. What's Rickleton on? That is 16 off 8 and Jax is 13 off 6. Yeah, and other than that, I've interviewed him, in press conferences and stuff. I don't know if I've ever had a one-on-one with him since then, or I can't remember. Australian play, I had a big issue with Cricket Australia for a long time, and with various press officers, and so even though I know the players, I still don't always get the interviews in the same way that I might with other countries. So I never really pushed it, and yeah, I can tell you a funny thing where I tried to get him. I tried to get him a sponsor. Someone from a eco company, they were trying to do this thing where, I don't know if you have it in India. It was really popular in America and Europe for a little while, where you pay $10 to get a Tats Lotto ticket type thing. But actually what you get is a house at the end of it rather than anything else. And then people started realizing you could do the same thing, but with experiences. So sports teams started doing stuff where it's do you want to, I say sit on the bench for a warm-up game or something, right? So, you can be on the bench with us and you all pay your $10 ticket and you get that. And then there was an eco company who were trying to do the same thing, and they were going to I don't know, build a dam or irrigate something. I don't know what these people do, but something like that. And they wanted celebrities who were big into into that environmental care. And obviously Pat was one of them. And they reached out to me and I set him up with Neil. I don't know if the company went ahead or if he ended up doing it. But yeah, that's probably the most that I've had to do with him over the last couple of years that I can think of.
Interesting.
What was fascinating is that as full toss on the pads, he gets this through the gap, but there's a fielder out there now. So they've got a deep mid-wicket for Rickleton, which is incredible. I thought one of the more fascinating things about Cummins is that having interviewed a lot of younger players, he didn't come across as a younger player. Right? So I would have interviewed, Puran when he was 25. I interviewed a lot of English players when they were probably teenagers, a lot of younger women's players and stuff over the years, major players. And generally, when you interview a younger player, you're interviewing a kid. I remember Puran seemed quite smart, but he seemed quite smart, like a smart school kid, if that made sense. And yet he was probably 24, 25-ish when I interviewed him. Whereas Pat came across as someone who was a little bit more mature than his years.
Ooh.
Scooped over cover for another boundary. The runs are coming, everyone. The runs are coming. 37 without loss here. 1 ball to go in Cummins' second over.
Guys, what's your prediction for the power play? How many runs? And if people watching us also right now, let's comment and just tell us how much do you think the score would be, power play score. Let's pick on predictions because Deepak almost got his prediction right yesterday.
Ooh.
Deepak, you have to say it.
I'm almost going with the same number, 65 somehow. I don't know why.
Okay, 72.
Akshay?
81.
Whoa.
Oh.
75. I like this. 75. 75 for no loss.
I should say the expected runs in the game, in the innings at the moment, is 226. So the market is loving this start.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
What
this
are
is
the betting
something which
pundits saying?
Sorry?
The betting pundits, what are they saying?
That's what they're saying. It's gone up. It's 228.
By the way, Shivang isn't playing today. I just saw the 11. I'm guessing Harsh Dubey has come in place of Shivang. I was hoping that he comes in place of Hinge. Oh my word, that bowling attack looks a lot more weaker because I think Shivang has actually been very good for them. I know he's copped a few blows, but he's also had a couple of drop chances and everything. Or else he's been fairly accurate. Like he's bowled pretty well. Surprised by that.
Esha Malinga coming on.
Yeah.
I think they're probably expecting what Akeal Hussain did. Harsh Dubey to do the same thing what Akeal Hussain did, probably get those wickets. And I think that's the.
Also, like generally, the Chinamen have actually travelled on this ground. So generally, even Mumbai didn't fancy a Chinaman last year because they played Vignesh in few of the matches, but then they benched him.
But I mean, Praful Hinge I don't know. I mean, again, no offense to him, but I think they probably would have been better off just going with someone else because Praful Hinge has travelled after that 3-4.
Yes, and Mumbai is one team where you want to basically spam them with spinners, so that makes a lot more sense also because if one type of bowling they're not comfortable with has to be spin. So like Tilak Verma, Sky, Hardik, they've almost all struggled against spin. So I think that makes a lot of sense. And considering the fact that Noor actually did well on the surface in the last match, so
yeah, that's also true.
Malinga, 2 great deliveries here to start his bowling. Dot ball and then a slower ball that's hit the pads, and they'll take a leg by. So just slowing it down. A lot of revolutions on that ball, which Rickleton missed by quite some distance.
By the way, interesting stat about Malinga. Since Ishan Malinga's IPL debut, he's taken the most wickets in the tournament, which is last year. Since then, no one's taken more IPL wickets than him.
Wow.
Not even seriously, not even Prasidh Krishna.
No one since his IPL debut, since Ishan Malinga's IPL debut.
Because he came in between last season, right? Because he didn't start.
Yeah. And this season he's taken quite a few wickets, and Prasidh hasn't been amongst the wickets so far yet. Not to that.
No, Prasidh was almost in the race for the purple cap before he was dropped for the last match.
Before he was dropped.
Yes.
Oh my word! Right, single taken.
Talking about an interesting stat. Apparently, even Klaasen and Ishan Kishan haven't been dismissed by spin this entire season. They haven't gotten out of spin.
I think Shreyas
I mean, if
Iyer
you
went
guys-
out once to spin last year, didn't he? Was it last year or the year
Yeah.
before? Yeah.
This year, I think just once, because he's averaging 136 against spins. I don't know whether he got even dismissed against spin or not. Yes, you're
But
right.
there was another year. It wasn't just this year. He's done that before.
Yeah.
But like his strike
And,
rate against spin
yeah.
is 155. So Shreyas Iyer is scoring at 9.3 runs per over against spin. So he's kind of like milking it, not exactly smashing it, I would say.
Oh boy.
Oh, that was a proper
9.3 is
chance.
milking it. Wow.
Hey, in T20 you'll say milking,
No,
right?
fair. I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Because
It's
like
a
in this
reflection
IPL,
of where
and
the sport is at and not what you said. Just to be
Yes.
clear.
Because like in IPL, I think like spin bashers would be scoring at around 12 or 13, I guess.
Is that Hingay at short fine leg?
Yeah.
So
I
Hingay-
don't know. I haven't seen the replays.
Hingay saw the edge come in, and I think what he thought was, because it was a top edge off a hook shot, there's almost a run-out chance as well there, by the way, guys. Because it was a top edge off the hook shot, I think he thought it was going to his left and high, and it just dropped in front of him. And all he had to do was take half a step forward, and he takes the catch. And the next, so he didn't take the catch, and he didn't get the run-out. And then the next ball was hit straight to him again, and he's fumbled that. And I can tell you right at the moment, Pat Cummins is no longer celebrating fielding, everyone.
Wow.
So after kind of start that he had, taking 3 wickets in 1 over, he's finding IPL really tough, to be honest. Like this is what it is. Like I think the level of batting this season has been really phenomenal because.
Do you guys have those balloon people outside of like stores that blow up and they fly around with like the big floppy arms?
Yeah.
It's pretty
Watch
much a thing in
Hingay
India.
Field.
Yes.
Watch Hingay Field is all I'm going to say. Because he's a big, tall kid and he's not very good. And his arm, like when he tried to get up, he flapped his arms over his head.
But having said that, he hasn't played any T20 cricket, T20 cricket for Vidarbha also, like Vidarbha he comes from, right? So like hardly a match or two.
Wide.
In fact, there's another uncapped pacer that SRH have gone ahead with, like recruited Onkar Temale. I thought that was the guy that Varun Aaron would back because he's a name that he's personally groomed. He's someone who clocks in excess of 145. That's how he's made a name for himself. So I was a bit surprised to see Hingay come ahead of him.
And he was doing a lot of talking on the social media also. There was a lot of buzz around him. So I have no idea why they have not yet played him. So.
Yep, true. And also, Glenn, you spoke about Klaasen and Kishan not getting out to spin. I think Jared was there. You guys remember the numbers I'd shown, like teams versus spin. SRH were just like leagues above everyone else. It was all the other teams in one row, and then SRH just in excess of 60. Yeah, they're averaging 70.
But Will Jacks playing this one would be interesting because 3 left-handers opening for 3 top order batters for SRH. Could be an
Wouldn't be
interesting
too
matchup.
perturbed. If anything, Abhishek Sharma would be waiting for Will Jacks to come.
Yeah, but like they have a history. Like he got him out in the World
He
Cup
got him
also,
out first over. Yeah.
Yes.
Even
And
RCB, RCB, Will Jacks got him out.
Yes, and even last year I mentioned
First ball from Harsh Dubé is a half volley, and it is swatted like a fly from Will Jacks's pads for 6 over long on. Like an angry, annoying fly.
So they've gone with the left arm finger spinner in the power play. It's pretty interesting from them, to be honest. Like,
I based my 81 off the fact that Hingay would get at least one more over. So I don't know if I should revise my numbers because Hingay doesn't seem to be bowling anymore on the power play.
I was expecting Cummins to come up with at least one more over.
Whoa! Beauty.
Very risky.
So my
6 balls
65
and
is
2
definitely out of the
sixes.
equation now.
And he's gone for another big one, but inside edge to short fine leg.
So finally, Mumbai has a start. Like after that KKR opening match, I think they've struggled as an opening. Any news on
It's
Rohit?
because Mumbai won the first match, Deepak. That is the problem. Mumbai winning that first match is a jinx. When Mumbai doesn't win that first match, things go right for the Mumbai team. Mumbai winning the first match is like it was a domino effect.
Beautiful arm ball. So Harsh Dubey also has a bit of a reputation in the domestic cricket. Like he's considered as a very brave bowler who would not shy away from a challenge. So it's really interesting because I didn't expect a spinner to come in at number 5. So let's see.
I don't think they had a choice.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone for a big slug sweep. It's high, and it is going to go into the over the boundary again for another 6.
Yes.
Wow.
So 6.6.
Quite a start. In all fairness, it hasn't looked like a very true surface, not like a belter of a surface, and I think Mumbai should be happy with the start.
Ooh.
Let us.
That's the best part now. We're all on a different feeds, so the reactions come a lot later for some.
Yeah. Another dot ball there.
It's like a little Mexican wave that's going on.
Yes. So Jared, remember like what we had decided before the tournament? If we'll have the fast feed, we're going to basically use it to kind of bring in our own expertise and to kind of give that impression that we are making all the right predictions. But I think
this isn't actually the fastest feed. That last ball was cut away for 4. There is another feed quicker than what we have access to. And the one that we have that is quicker, which we don't have at the moment, but I have used before, what it does, guys, is it flicks up on the top of the screen what the result of the ball is even before you've seen it, right? And so we did Cricket 8. Me and Rob did Cricket 8. And so we could see what the ball was going to be beforehand. And like we'd have guests in and we wouldn't tell them that this was happening and they wouldn't notice because they're looking at the cricket. And like we had like Stuart Meeker in going, oh my God, I feel like an idiot. Jared and Rob know everything. They can literally tell you what's going to happen in a game before it happens. Right? And we had all these different experts coming in going, like you could see them shriveling in going, oh my God, I shouldn't be on this show. Jared and Rob could see into the future.
Oh man! By the way, there is an app in India too. Like it's called Crex or Cricex or something like that.
Crex. Crex are also kind of good. They are also doing the same thing. So
yeah.
5 over 60 for no loss. So
another change by the way.
Again, I think me and Akshay seems to be out of the contest, but like we have Sakib here. Like, see what.
Yeah. I mean,
what did I say? 72.
Possible. Jared said 75.
Another 50. I said 75. 75 was me. Jared was 72.
Jared said 72.
Okay.
Let's see.
What was you? What was your prediction?
65.
Okay, the market says 76. Just having a look now, and that's going to be a 6.
And I'm already out.
6.
I was just about to say that. To be honest, Akib had 3 amazing matches, but then he was taken down by a 15-year-old, and suddenly we see him bowling those half trackers.
No, this was an attempted short ball, but yeah, it just came nowhere. Just stood in between.
But just sat into the surface, and it was right in the alley of Littleton. So like,
I mean, a couple more sixes, and I think I'll be back in business, baby. I don't think 81's entirely rolled out yet. Let's not count it out entirely.
I think now Jared 72 is under threat for sure.
Yeah.
Good slow ball here. Hits the mid off. Thank you very much. I'll take that.
Yeah.
Sachin is in the house. So, I think what total SRH should be comfortable with?
260? It looks a pretty good wicket.
Yeah. I was about to say they would be backing themselves because Mumbai's bowling has been atrocious beyond Bumrah.
Oh, another big 6 here.
So, Jared, you are also out now.
Well, I'm not out yet, but I will be out.
Exactly, yeah.
72.
Highly unlikely they're going to come up with 3 dot balls.
Yeah, he went for the
3
balls in a row there.
Comes in and dot. Yeah.
Yes. Suddenly, the life is not that easy. That's the whole beauty about IPL. So you have to basically evolve so much as a bowler.
100%.
Oh.
Excellent
My
start
feed shows
this form,
mine shows 72 right now. So
Six.
we've
So
Jared.
Akshay seems to be the one. I
Four.
think that. So Akshay is in business now.
Yeah.
Akshay wants to tell us. Feed. Give us the feed. Give us the live feed.
It is
It's already
76
about
without
5
loss
of
here.
2. Yeah.
Oh Lord. What brilliant start.
Yeah, Glenn's is 2 of 2 minus 5 of 2. Let's see what happens.
All right.
So
Beautiful shot through the cover regions there.
Lovely.
final throwdown between Akshay and Glenn. So let's see what we see. So what we get. Last 2 balls.
It's a good wicket, though. These balls are coming on really well. We've seen sixes off slower balls as well. So far, we've seen sixes off spin. Like, they've tried everything except for genuine bouncers at this point. And this is a good slow ball. Turned into the leg side. They'll take one. So they've got, for Rickleton, and this just tells you what kind of a player he is at the moment, they've got a long on and a deep mid wicket out for him in the power play. So... You've got a butt?
No. You first finish your point.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, that I know it's a good pitch, but that is a very odd field to have for someone in a power play.
I was about to bring that up since you mentioned, how good a player he is. So that's why I was trying to think, makes sense. Makes sense what you're saying, of course. Wow. All right, last ball of the power play.
He comes in. It's a good ball, defended really by Jax, maybe steered for being friendly to him as a slower ball.
So right in the
ends
middle.
on 78 at the end of the power play.
Oh.
So that means that Glenn has won by a single.
So Glenn was 75. So it's
75.
right in the middle.
No,
Right in the middle.
what was Akshay?
81.
I was 81.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were 82. Okay, so it's a tie. There we go. 78 runs in the power play. Big start.
I think it's the best power play performance for Mumbai this entire season. It's well done.
Yes. How much did they manage to score against KKR? I don't remember that.
I'm just gonna
Let
check
us check that right now.
I think around that time also they were around 80, I guess. So
We've got a super chat from Rudra. It says, sorry this isn't cricket related. Nuggets been painful to watch, especially Joker. 3-point attempts post-injury are basically a turnover. Don't see Denver doing much even if they somehow advance. I actually thought they played...
Then.
I thought they played bad in the first game, the Nuggets, when they won it. I still think they could... I mean, they might be able to get past Timberwolves just because of all the injuries, although Denver has a couple of serious injuries now as well. But yeah, they played terrible. I'm not as worried about how they play against the Timberwolves, though, Rudra, because the Timberwolves is the team set up to beat the Nuggets. That's literally how they set up their entire franchise. So I'd be more interested to see how they go against the Spurs in the next round. But the problem is, by the time Spurs or OKC play... by the time OKC play the Spurs or the Nuggets, they're going to have played a lot more games. And I think they'll just be too tired. So I'm not sure it will matter either way, really. And to some people, that will sound like a foreign language.
I just zoned out completely, having absolutely no clue what was even being spoken.
By 78 to the power play. Interesting. Then there was 80 right against KKR when Mumbai battled down the first match.
Yeah, so that means my memory was right. So I said 80. So good.
Won their first match, I think, by 6 wickets. I think yes, Mumbai did, and Shardul had picked up 3 wickets in that one. Yeah. Wow. Lord Shardul Thakur. He's Mumbai turf. Created magic.
What do you think SRH do now, though? Because they've not really
Give up.
got a lot of...
Simulate innings.
maybe Nitish Kumar Reddy with his seam.
They should bring on their left arm wrist spinner.
Abhishek, do you think Abhishek Sharma is an option they will consider today?
He's more of a skiddy kind of a bowler. I don't think so. It will be that good an option on this surface. So
you think
he
head
really
bowls because
needs.
he's fielding today. He's playing today for a change.
Haven't seen him bowl in ages. Did he ever bowl in IPL? Last couple of
For
years?
RCB, he did.
No, in last couple of years since his.
Maybe an over or two here or there, maybe.
I just love the fact that the fans and the viewers of this stream have their best comments, and someone just says that KKR and LSG have been playing more of Test cricket, and GT have been playing ODI cricket this entire IPL season. Oh, and where do you slot Delhi then? Where do you slot Delhi? How do you slot Delhi then?
I mean, they scored
Good one.
262, so we'll have to be a bit
Cut
less
them
harsh
some-
on
cut
them.
them
after
He was
that.
still below
Yeah,
par on that wicket, though. Harsh Dubé's in again. This one's on the pads. They might look for 2 here. Jax wants it. Rickleton was never that interested.
So it's an interesting one. Jared, what do you think is the best outcome for Suryavanshi in cricket and the worst? I'm not asking from a specific format per se. This is a question that we've received on our super chat. Sham Nair. Hi, Sham.
What do you think is the best outcome for Suryavanshi in cricket and the worst? I suppose the worst is that it can't translate to Test cricket, and that he ends up being maybe. I'm trying to think of an ideal player, but I suppose the worst is the absolute worst is he becomes the S tier version of Chris Lynn. And eventually people realize that with his backswing and the way he bats, there is a hole in his swing that you can bowl to, right? And if you look at Chris Lynn, there's a couple of years where everyone thought, wow, Chris Lynn might change batting forever. And then everyone started treating him like a baseballer and not a cricketer. And he really never made runs again after that, right? If anyone's old enough to remember how big of a deal Chris Lynn was for a couple of years, not just in the IPL, either in all leagues, right? Yeah. And this is slog swept but straight and over long on's head for 6. So I think let's say that Chris Lynn was probably like a high B tier level version of that. And so an S tier level of that is still a great player and it's still going to cause you problems, but perhaps he's not. That's the absolute lowest I could see. He's just too talented for him to be much worse than that.
I think he'll still be relevant in Indian conditions as far as Test cricket is concerned, right?
No. But what we're talking about at the moment is, he's not really batting, is he? He's hitting, and that's what Chris Lynn was doing. And so, is there an element of if you can find a way to stop him from being able to hit? Does he have the other skills? I think he's a lot more skillful than Chris Lynn. Having said that, I watched the young Chris Lynn, and I thought Chris Lynn could have averaged over 40 in Test cricket. But he completely changed his game to make it so he was playing like a baseballer, and he never really recovered from that later in his career.
One thing that I've seen in him in this season is like whenever the ball is not in his heart, though the margin is so small, he still tends to kind of take a backseat and would just try to knock it around for a single or so.
Yeah.
Like this was not there earlier. Like this was not even in the under-19 cricket, what I've seen of him. Like there's an evolution happening as with the batting is concerned because he's kind of becoming more mindful of the fact that what exactly he can hit. Though the range is insanely huge, but like
it's not just that though, is it? It's at the moment we don't actually have that much data on where to bowl to him and how to bowl to him, 100%. Right?
Yes.
And so as I think it's very hard. Like you're saying, now he's playing these shots. It's very possible he didn't need to play those shots before because people weren't bowling those deliveries to him, right? You know, first class level and junior level, you don't have the data, so it's very hard to be able to go through that. So that's probably the worst case scenario, which is still a multi-million-dollar player who's going to be a star for a long time. The best case scenario is, I don't know what the top end of this is, but the best case scenario is he can replicate this in Test cricket, right? And find a way to negate any weaknesses he might have in Test cricket. And then you become, and then essentially what you have is someone who is technically a combination of Sachin Tendulkar and Lance Klusener, right?
Wow.
As this is caught behind, Reddy comes on. God, how many times has Reddy just taken wickets?
I said that. Why not bring in Reddy with his seam up and back of the line ball? So I just said that.
Just looks like a normal delivery. I'm not even sure it seemed away. Anyway, Will Jacks is gone. and he's gone for 46 off 22 balls. As he's just
and
nicked
that ball was 140.2, by the way. Sorry.
Actually, it might have moved
that's the
away too.
fastest.
That's
That's the fastest he's bowled.
Yeah, just a little bit of seam movement away.
Yes, it straightened a bit.
Just remember, it was 140.
Yeah.
But they needed that wicket, and again, as he has many times this year, I like him with this bowling so far this year. But anyway, so you're in a position then where if you look at his technique at the moment, it's kind of, there is elements of both of those players within it, right? The eye is obviously Tendulkar's, but the techniques is much more Klusener's at the moment. And what does Klusener average in Test cricket? Deepak, off the top of your head?
I think at one point of time he was averaging 50. I don't remember the.
I think in first class cricket he has a ridiculous batting average, and they batted him at like number 8 in Test cricket, and he ends up averaging 33, and in first class cricket he averages 43, right?
Yes,
so, and again, this is a much more. I think like Lance Klusener was a little bit more raw than what we've seen from Suryavanshi as well. And I think his eye is better than Klusener's as well.
Yes. And I think early part of his career, he was easily 50, because I clearly remember he had those insane hundreds where he would just blast away. And then obviously people understood how to bowl to him, because he would come in and would play those counter-attacking knocks and stuff.
There's a lot of things that can go wrong. And we've seen players come in very young in Test cricket and star for a little while and then not go on to be one of the best players of all time. Neil Harvey is probably the best example of that if you want to go back in history. But Lawrence Rowe, even Jimmy Adams, he was a little bit older, but there have been players who've come in and been great for 2 or 3 years, and then people have worked out how to bowl to them over a period of time.
Where would you put Carl Hooper in that? Like, in terms of the
Carl Hooper was better at the end of his career, wasn't he?
But like, considering the fact that I heard an interview of Lara where he said that he was insanely talented and should have been among the top.
Yes.
Like, is it an exaggeration or like?
No, but that's a very different thing. If you talk to any player, they will tell you even people at club level sometimes were more talented than them. Right? With Suryavanshi, it's already beyond talent because he's already been able to replicate it at the top level. So it's well beyond talent. We already know he can handle pressure, right? We already know he can handle international players. So I'm not saying that Brian Lara is wrong, but, there are lots of players who have that, right? Like Aravinda de Silva was probably in the top 5 most talented players of his era, and he doesn't average anywhere near the other guys with his level of talent, right?
And he took a lot of time to get off the blocks.
Yeah. So, look, absolute best case scenario is that he is, as I said, a more polished, more skillful version of Lance Klusener with a better eye. And he's got a little bit of Sachin Tendulkar's at least poise and ability to handle pressure. And then if you think about it from a batting perspective, if you're in a test match and every full ball you can launch for 6, right? It does mean what length do you bowl to him? He could change a little bit in the way that Brendan McCullum took the slips out of play with the way he played. If Suryavanshi can take length balls out, length balls are the most important balls in Test cricket.
Yes.
So that is a completely different level of play that we don't know how to factor, right? But as I said before, we have certainly had players who have had, at a very young ages, who've had ridiculous starts to their career, and that is not where they've finished off, right? And so that's not saying that anything else. It's just that sometimes people peak at weird parts. Sometimes you get a really good bump. As another 4 from Rickleton here.
Like, any parallels, Jared? Anybody that comes to your mind who would have started this early and had an insane peak to begin with?
Yeah, well,
2024, I think there was from the Delhi team, Jake Fraser-McGurk for me. I mean, if I'm talking about players of this era, he was aggressive. He was an explosive batter, and then getting sold in the 26th auction. Surprise.
That's a good example, actually.
I'm trying to find Neil Harvey's Test record.
I mean, we can also look at someone like a Prithvi Shaw and the way he's tapered off because a lot of off-field reasons and
You've even got players from a lesser extent like Adrian Barat, right, who makes a Test match against Australia, makes 100 against Australia really young, and is retired by 24. You know, who was the Pakistani kid who was like 14 or 15 when he played Test cricket? Again, he was probably a little bit older.
Hassan Raza.
Right?
Yeah.
Where's he?
Raza.
What was his career? There was a kid who played for Yorkshire when he was 15 in senior cricket, who by 19 was managing a nightclub. Right? Like, we've seen guys who at 15 and 16 are ready for senior cricket and then don't like it. It crushes them. People work out how to play against them. All these things are, you know, sadly just happen.
Also, I'm forgetting the name of this guy. Jared, do you remember this was peak COVID? I want to say 2021. An article had come out about this Indian guy who scammed his way into playing professional cricket. He played for Worcestershire, if I'm not wrong, and then he also got an IPL gig. Do you remember the story that broke out?
Allegedly, Adrian Shankar is the man that you're talking about.
Yeah, because he said Adrian, but I thought it was some Adrian. Thank you.
Adrian Shankar, I wanted to do a documentary on Adrian Shankar because I was kind of there and around when all this happened, and it's fascinating. Deepak's on a conversation with someone. I can't talk about Adrian Shankar unless Deepak is ready to listen to this story. Right?
Sorry, I'm back.
Fascinating story.
So
Adrian Shankar went to the same school as Alistair Cook in high school, and then he went to Cambridge and played cricket at Cambridge. Everyone knew who he was. Very respectable club cricketer, school cricketer, university cricketer, right? So he was known. And then Adrian Shankar kind of disappeared and didn't go on into professional cricket the way that a lot of the kids that he grew up with had gone on to. And then suddenly he was signed by Lancashire, and they signed him largely on the back, from what I can understand, of seeing him either in the nets or in the ball or against the ball machine. And then separate to that, they also, he had shown them a bunch of stats that he'd gone off to play in a T20 tournament in Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
And he was the top run scorer in this tournament, right? So they signed him. I get the feeling, and everything I say in this story is allegedly, but I get the feeling that they had a look at him and went, whoa, no, we've made a mistake here. Somehow he ends up at Worcester. Worcester's desperate for batters this year, right? And he ends up at Worcester, and I want to say they were playing at Lord's, right? And they take him out, and he plays against a guy called Alan Richardson, who should have played for England. Fantastic bowler, Alan Richardson. Really, really good, skillful left-arm bowler, but didn't quite make it. Bit of a late bloomer and didn't quite make it. But we're talking about, I've seen enough cricket to say Alan Richardson is an international quality bowler. And it looked like I was trying to face him. Right?
I've seen those clips, by the way.
And then they brought him back to the nets, and they got all their. And they had a decent bowling attack at that time too. I can't remember if Richard Gleeson was there, but they had some good bowlers. Jack Chantry was playing for them. They had a couple of guys who could bowl.
Moeen Ali was playing for them then.
Yeah, Moeen. I don't know if Moeen was bowling back then. Actually, it was a long time ago now. I don't know if Moeen was one of the ones who bowled to him, but they were again decent first-class bowlers bowling to him, and they were like, "What the hell? This guy is nowhere near nowhere near professional level. How do we end up here?" And so he got 2 contracts with English teams in the same summer, and then disappeared forever. Since then, he's had a very interesting career. There's a huge article on Wisden, which you can go find everything about. I know a bit of stuff that's not in that Wisden article as well. This is Hooked.
So we have a wicket
by Sky,
now.
and it's out. Esham Malinga again with another wicket. This man trips over wickets when he wakes up in the morning. The
Sky
Adrian
is having
Shankar,
a horrible IPL this year.
Yeah, if you want to look him up, Adrian Shankar on Wisden, you'll be able to find it. It is an incredible story.
I'll just add one thing to what you said, Jared. So this happened around the 2009, 10, 11 period. So 2011 is when he played for Worcester. He was batting alongside Moeen Ali. I went back and looked up the clips. It was exactly like this. It was like I was facing international level bowlers. Like, how on earth is he playing county cricket? He, by the way, also managed to convince Zubin Bharucha, the current scout of RR, who was back then, if I'm not wrong, with the Kochi Tuskers Kerala, which was a new team. So this was going to be their first auction. He managed to convince Zubin Bharucha to sign him up for the IPL. Thankfully, better since prevailed, something happened, but he managed to register himself for the auction. He was almost bought, and it didn't go through. In fact, Zubin Bharucha was also approached for the interview. He was like, "Boss, I'm not saying anything. I'm not opening my mouth."
A lot of people won't talk about it. Like, I think off the record, there's a funny story about one person who said he was older than me, and then he was younger than me. Because part of the reason he got signed up was the ECB brought in a regulation that you had to sign more younger people. And so obviously he just changed his age and no one looked it up because he was like, as I said, he was known in the system. He was someone, and there was a lot of people, there were a lot of like fairly well-known English cricket people who were like watching this going, wait, what? Why are you signing this guy? Like, we know who he is.
So I'll just come back in some time. Call to attend to.
So just to go back on Neil Harvey, as we were talking about before. So Neil Harvey starts cricket as about an 18-year-old, I want to say. And was averaging 86 after 11 test matches versus he played 2 test matches in England and 5 test matches in South Africa. And he also played against India in that time. So like, it wasn't a lot of test matches, but it was over 3 years and he was playing legit teams on the road and he was a teenager and hammering everyone. And the rest of his career is fine. It's not a bad career, but like, I've got him ranked at about the 45th best batter of all time. Whereas at that stage, people thought he was going to be Bradman. So that shows you what what can happen. When you have the natural talent of someone like that, it's hard to fail unless a lot of things go wrong. And that's the Lawrence Rose story, of course. But doesn't always mean that just because you're good at 18, you're going to be good at 28 or 38.
Unless you're Sachin Tendulkar.
Yeah. No, but
in fact,
we did. If you look at the book, Len, and you should buy a copy, because everyone should buy a copy of my book. But in the book, if you look at Tendulkar, you can make an argument that he's the best teenage batter that ever existed. And you can make an argument he's in the top 5 best batters over the age of 35, right? So forget his peak, which is also ridiculous, right? It's the fact that he's also got that at either end, which no one else does. That's a remarkable thing to have happen. We've had a lot of players with long careers, but they don't usually start as teenagers.
Right.
They might start in their early 20s, but for someone to start as a teenager is quite rare. For them still to be playing in their late 30s, and beyond that, that's not how things go.
In fact, Jared, you spoke about Sachin. Since you spoke about Sachin and there are a lot of such talents who don't make it. Have you heard of the Sachin before Sachin? There was this guy called Anil Gurav who was Ramakant Achrekar's student, again, like Sachin. Have you heard of him?
I've heard his name, but I'll be honest, Akshay, I could tell you, I've heard everyone's name, right? There was a guy in Sydney that was supposed to be the next Bradman who never played a game for New South Wales. Right?
So
it's so crazy, these sorts of stories, how often they happen. And that's my point of talent is just like a very small part of why you're successful or not.
Yeah. In fact, Anil's story is just as strange because he was touted to be the next Sunil Gavaskar. Same again from the Mumbai School of Cricket, was very good. In fact, Ramakant believed Anil was more talented than Sachin. So Ramakant Achrekar, of course, is the famous coach of Sachin. That's how he's known. And unfortunately for him, just when he was making all the right noises at the domestic circuit and he was about to play for India, this was like 86, 87. In fact, he was the one who gave Sachin the bat with which he scored those magnificent double centuries or whatever he scored at the Harris Shield. So this guy's elder brother is a part of the Mumbai Mafia, Mumbai underworld. So which meant the police regularly caught him and his mom because of his brother's involvement in illegal and nefarious activities. And that just completely derailed his career. And he died as a recluse last month. So again, very, very, very crazy story.
Look, I mean, you don't have to go that far, guys. From Sachin anyway. Sachin grew up with another player who was incredibly talented, who should have gone on to be a test great, who didn't. Now, I know a lot of people would talk about the caste system, a lot of people would talk about his flashy lifestyle and all these other things, but Vinod Kambale is another example of a player who was incredible, right? Look at Damien Martin's career. Damien Martin was supposed to be an Australian test match captain, and at 25 almost became a travel agent, right? So let's say Damien Martin goes off and becomes a travel agent and never comes back to cricket. He would be another one of those stories. The only reason we know about Damien Martin is he hung around for one more season, right? So sometimes these sorts of things just happen. And so many young players, you've got to understand that by the time, for a lot of these really talented kids, as this one is pushed into the covers from Cummins, who's back on for his 3rd over, I think, a lot of these times, what you actually end up with is a situation of, if you're, especially in Asia now, if you're a young gun, you're kind of a professional from like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, right? You get to 25 and things aren't going right for you in the way that you think they should be. The pressure comes down to you. Have a look at how many. Look, Suryavanshi can be compared to how many great women's tennis players who at 15 were good enough to be, number one in the world, and by 22 hate the game of tennis, right?
Mm.
Now, that may not happen with him. It doesn't happen with every younger tennis player, right? But it's happened with enough of them. These things are tough. Being a professional athlete is tough when you're an adult, right? And these guys are having to learn it when they're kids. Look what happens to child actors, right? Talk about being screwed up for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
And that's another reason I respect Tendulkar so much, because I know what you have to have gone. Forget even the Indian angle with him. To be that good when you're that young and to keep that consistency all the way through your career it's just on another level. Normal human beings cannot do that.
It's actually also very sad that people have been picking on. I mean, I know Prithvi Shah has struggled a lot with this, but constantly picking on him, bickering around him. I mean, give the lad a chance. I mean, it is hard to play at the highest level. It is insane. And Jared, you've seen it like firsthand, better than all of us put together.
It is so hard to be famous. So you know the famous rule, don't you guys? When you whatever age you become famous, your maturity usually gets locked in around that level, right? So, you could almost call that the Michael Jackson rule, right? But you see that a lot. And it's really something I've noticed a lot, that with players who don't become famous till they're 27, 28 are quite often a lot more rounded and a lot more able to handle things. If you become famous at 18, my God, can you imagine if one of us, this is an incredible shot by Namandia through extra cover for 4 here. Beautiful timing. If you become famous at 18, your entire worldview is warped from then on in.
Oh.
Right? Everything that happens to you in your life is completely fucked because you're not used to normal life at all. You've never had to do anything normally.
That's true. That's very true.
It's such a double-edged sword, actually. Fame and all of these things that people watch the peripheries, and I know many people who constantly look at it and say that, oh wow, what a beautiful life, what a flashy life. But deep down inside, there's a huge level of maturity and understanding and a certain mental fortitude that one needs to have to handle that kind of fame and that name. And I keep saying this about Suryavanshi. I don't know what. Kudos to his support staff, kudos to his family to keep him grounded at this moment. Because at 15, if I got that kind of fame, I'd be going Kawabanga in my brains.
Yeah, exactly. You become Justin Bieber, right? Remember Justin Bieber's career where he completely lost the plot, right? And look, you can have, Britney Spears completely lost the plot. It's fucking hard to do that. And you see it with, a lot of American athletes, right? They get really famous at like 15 and 16 when they're still in high school, right? I was in America the year before LeBron got drafted, and I couldn't get any NBA news. All I could get was another 4. Rickleton is timing these incredibly. This is short and wide, and he just plunks this to deep extra cover again for another boundary. Yeah, I remember being in America trying to get NBA news. You couldn't, because the only thing anyone was talking about was this 17, 18-year-old kid, right? And so you have to deal with that. And I've seen people abuse Sachin and LeBron over years of being too curated, right? And being too safe and being too worried about their image. And I was like, yeah, guys, because they had to, that's all they ever learnt to do, right? That was literally what they were taught from a very young age to do. It's really tough.
Do you think that's a right approach? Because for a lot of players, sometimes just being out there, being a little belligerent, being a little flashy also works in today's social media world, and it actually pays their bills too. So, like I said, being a little flashy also could somewhere add value to you as a player. But
how did it go for the Krunal and Hardik when they had some fun on it? How did it go with Rian Parag having a vape the other day? You gotta be careful, man. Right?
I feel, especially in a country, but even more so in a country like India, again, it's there are too many variables to that as well, right? Because it's a part of our culture to deify our sports stars, our actors and heroes and everything. And because that's such an intrinsic part of Indian culture, it becomes that much more harder for you. Because again, it comes at a great cause. This is something that I've had a lot of conversations, over beer or a drink or something. I never want to be that famous. I'll never want to trade my privacy for anything. That's me. And cricketers, they have to do this without their consent. They've not consented to being for their privacy or privacy to be violated. But it is day in, day out.
No, exactly. And it's, I mean, I've got so many stories of being with famous cricketers when just terrible things happen to them, right? Like when, people just did things that were unacceptable and were awkward, and you have to get involved, and it is bad, and you get the money for it, right? It does do that. But if this happens to you when you're a kid, you don't really have a normal life, right? Like there is a trade-off for all that. And so what's the answer? Like, do you hold back Jennifer Capriati and Martina Hingis or Suryavanshi, right? Like, you can make the argument you probably should, right? But at the same stage, if they're ready to dominate now, what if they've only got 5 or 6 years when they could dominate, and that's when they make all their money, and you've lost them that, I mean, without getting, it's the perennial thing in the NBA is whether players should go to college or go straight from high school, right? And you look at Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who probably lost 4 years of his major earnings, where he was the best basketball player maybe on earth, and he was probably getting paid under the books, but he wasn't getting paid properly to play college basketball, right? So that was probably better for him long run as a human being, and he ends up playing in the NBA for 1,000,000 years. But what if he'd what if he'd done his knee when he turned 23 and he never gets to earn his money? What if Suryavanshi gets a series of, like Will Pucovski? Like Will Pucovski is obviously one of the best Australian batting talents of the last 10 years, and Cricket Australia are having to find him other jobs now, right? He'll never make the money off the thing he was really good at, which is batting in Test cricket. Like, you don't know what's going to come for you.
Like, Jared, what do you mention now? There have already been talks and calls for, youngsters, teenagers or cricketers below 18, them not entering the auction or not being allowed to enter the auction. Just find another way of recruit such cricketers if they're that talented. But it's so hard. It's you want to think of it from a holistic perspective, but for those individuals, it's their lives you're talking about. If they earn that much money, that's...
Yeah, I do think going ahead, there probably needs to be a rule that I'm not sure you should be playing in cricket, certainly below the age of 16, but you can make the argument 17 or 18, right? I do think there is an argument for that going ahead. The problem with that is that not everyone's age in India is exactly what they say it is, as this is swivel pool from Rickleton and it goes around the corner. So there's so many complications with age, right? In many parts of the world, not just in Asia as well. We've had issues with it in Australia and other places too, in America. So it becomes tough, right? And also, what if you're physically ready at 16? All right. I grew up with a kid who, I'm sure if you put him in a boxing ring at 16, he would have been able to stand up to any adult, right? He was just, the phrase we use in Australia is built like a brick shit house. He was built like a brick shit house. He was just born that way, right? And at 13, he weighed 100 kilos and was 6'4".
Wow.
Right? And you couldn't have shifted him if you wanted to, right? He was just...
Holy smokes.
And he didn't get that much bigger. He didn't grow, like, he maybe got an extra inch taller and maybe, got a bit fatter as he got older, but he was just always built like this. This is what the dude at 13 looked like a fridge. We would turn up in year 7. The rest of us with pimples and our, and looking like, 8-year-olds. And he looked like he was about to teach the class, right? Like, people are physically ready at different ages. And that's what I was trying to say. So, you have to be careful about that. All of this, Suryavanshi has brought up so many different things. I've told the story before of being with KS Ahmed when he was not yet 18, at least on paper. And traveling around the world. This is going to be another 4. Wow. Namandia. He started slow, but he's hit 2 incredible shots through the offside, one to backward point and one through covers for 4. KS Ahmed was traveling around on his own to go to St. Lucia. So he's in Trinidad. He doesn't speak English very well at that point, right? He doesn't know how to fill in all these Trinidad forms. The only reason we got him through immigration is because I recognized him and I happened to be in the queue at the same time, right? It's like there's such. I promise you, in some of these leagues, I think there was, I can't remember who it was, but there was another player who turned up in the in the Big Bash. And he was so nervous, he didn't leave his hotel room for 3 days because he'd never been in a Western city. And he didn't know he had to go and collect his per diem, so he didn't have any money. So he just stayed in his room for
Oh,
days. I can't remember who that was. Someone might be able to Google it and tell us who it is. So,
Wow.
yeah, it's a really, really, like from that perspective, there's a lot of, we haven't even got on the women's cricket, some of the wild shit that's going on with women's cricket in the last 20 or 30 years that like,
Was about to bring that up, but yeah.
right? I mean, some of the stuff in women's cricket is like, we will have 20 years of lawsuits and everything coming out in the next couple of years. And that's before we get to all the academies and the underage kids who are off in places. Like, we're going to have a huge pedophilia problem in cricket because it hasn't come out yet. And I promise you it will. We've already had it in football and other sports. We haven't had it in cricket. It will come. We've had little bits in Cricket Australia.
There's been little in India too. In Kerala,
Yeah,
we've seen a couple of cases already being filed last year. But yeah, I completely agree with you because of what little I've heard from the cricketers themselves. It's not easy. It's not easy, especially in a country. Again,
oh my God, Ryan Rickleton. Harsh Dubey probably wishes this is the game he missed as he's whacked for another 6. He's now gone for 37 runs in 13 balls, I want to say.
Yep, that's right.
wow. The Harsh Dubey gamble didn't pay off like the Akhil Hussain gamble.
He's
I
bowled,
mean,
I mean, he's
very
bowled
different.
okay at times this year, hasn't he?
Yeah. Harsh Dubey has been pretty decent. And again, Akhil Hussain is a very different kind of a left-arm spinner, right? Like, so I feel that there's no point trying to compare the two.
Well, but I would argue that Harsh Dubey's at his best with the new ball.
But they've not used them that way, right?
That's what I mean. But he has earlier in the year, at least one game, maybe 2, I want to say, he used the new ball. So, yeah.
Sadly enough.
Wow. Jared, I love the point that you made about Suryavanshi also. He's hitting, he's not batting. And the whole Test cricket thing for him to the best thing that could happen to him would be a redemption, and I mean not redemption, rather play Test cricket and see what the outcome would be for this young lad. But do you think with now we also in the same breath spoke about Prithvi Shaw? Do you think Prithvi Shaw has a chance this season to do something? Because now considering everyone's experimenting with their top order, does he
I
stand
thought
a chance?
Prithvi Shaw would start for them this year. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what the privates. I know there's issues with Prithvi, and he's one of the most naturally talented players I've ever seen in my life. And I've said that before.
Really?
He sees the ball so early, man. So early. I thought he was unfairly scapegoated after Adelaide. I know there are issues with his behaviour and everything else, as Heinrich Klaasen saves a boundary but allows 2 runs down there. I think he's an incredible talent, but whether he has the mental ability to match that up and play, I don't know. But I would have thought that you use Nasanka as the backup or use Nasanka as the number 3 in that situation, because Nasanka's so good against spin. Why not just move him to number 3 and try Prithvi at the top? But yeah, I don't know. We got a bunch of super chats too, by the way. Let me just get to some of those. Narayan says, Leary Constantine in his book says technique is subservient to execution and batting. Yeah, I think what happened originally in cricket was was England decided that technique was the most important thing. And really, from the very moment Don Bradman turned up, they should have basically torn most of the... because he is not... he's not like Virat Kohli or Babar Azam. He's not as technically perfect as, those sort of players. I think what you're looking for in technique is repeatability, right? So Suryavanshi or Steve Smith, as long as that player has the ability to repeat that in multiple surfaces against multiple bowling types, what they are doing makes sense. It's if you can't do that, and I don't really care what your technique is. I care about the fact that you can repeat it as that is almost caught and bowled. And what happened here is Numan tried to smash this on the leg side, I think, ended up hitting it on the straight back to the bowler accidentally. And I think that was probably a little bit of hands on it, but it would have been a fantastic catch from Harsh Dubey. Did you try hit on the leg side? Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe it was just lower on the bat. But either way, God, it got a lot of power in that. I'm not sure why he hit that in the air, guys.
Yeah,
Jared, we
he was
got
trying
the
to-
name. It was Rashid Khan in the BBL 2017, apparently.
I don't think it was
Rashid
Rashid
Khan.
Khan. Maybe it was.
No.
I did think it was an Afghanistani player. I don't think it was Mujib. It might have been Rashid Khan. If someone's found the name anyway, I'll go with them.
Who else has played though? I mean, I know. Yeah, you were talking. He was
heaps of things. Shoaib Malik was like a 30-year-old man who played at Hobart and had to learn how to use a washing machine because he'd never used it before, right? Like, no one thinks about how these players go. It wasn't that long ago. It actually was a fair few years ago, but a Bangladesh under-19 team went on a tour of New Zealand and were presented with ham sandwiches. Right?
Did they eat it, or were they like?
No. Of course they didn't. Yeah. They realized what it was straight away. But I'm not having. I'm just saying there are lots of little things that have happened in cricket because we don't dot the I's across the T's, right? And so these sorts of things do happen. Prithvi says
about that, Jared, about the technique bit as well. Again, once again, just shamelessly bringing in women's cricket. Even Sophie Devine mentioned this last year when India toured Australia. She was mentioning this on comms that Indian cricketers, there seems to be a very clear focus or a lot more of an emphasis on technique over execution, over getting runs. Because Sophie Devine herself had been asked these questions. You come across as a slogger, as someone who just, tends to go for those shots. Where's the technique? And she's like, it doesn't matter. You have to win games for your side. That's why that matters. And that isn't still prevalent in India. Do you think that is the case even in men's cricket too?
Women's cricket, one of the reasons it was held back is, and this is a fascinating one, but one of the reasons women's cricket is held back is women listen and girls listen. So have either of you two ever done coaching?
No, I just say no.
You coach 5 boys and you coach 5 girls, and you tell the girl what to do and you turn around and she's trying her best to get herself into the position that you've asked her to, and the boy's just doing whatever the fuck he wants. Right? And the problem with that is, as I said before, is I actually don't think traditional cricket techniques are perfect. I don't think they're a good idea. And so Mithali Raj is a perfect example. She was the most technically adept player in the world, and she could barely hit the ball past fucking cover. Right? Like, she would play the best cover drives you've ever seen to cover over and over and over again, right? Whereas a man would probably slice a couple. He hit one in the air with his bottom hand. He would get the ball through that area. And so women's cricket was held back by the fact that they played more technically correct than men. And I've read this back to the 1920s. You can read about this. People are always saying women tend to have more technically correct techniques. And so if the technically correct technique doesn't make any sense, you don't get anywhere. And I do think that is an issue. I think in Australia, we're a little bit more, can you make runs, right? Steve Smith was still a challenge for us. Phil Hughes was still a challenge for us. But realistically, in Australia, as long as there isn't like a gaping, as I said, an unrepeatable part of your batting, people actually kind of leave you alone. If you're making runs, you're making runs. I think West Indies is another famous place that does this as well. That's not the case in England, and in England, it does my head in. He's going to get another... God, I thought he was going to get another boundary there. He's limping at the moment, Rickleton, as he goes down the other end. I think if you look at... if you're in England, the amount of times, like, they'll be coaching kids and be like, you have to get your front foot forward all the way over. And I was like, no, you don't. It's a fucking terrible technique. You can barely see the ball if you go into that position. And if you face fast bowlers and you try and take a huge lunge forward against them and get your front elbow up, do you know what will happen? You're already out. Right? You need to be balanced. You need to be hitting the ball under your eye line. Right? Moeen Ali and Damian Martin and VVS Laxman, perfect techniques. They don't fucking have a big forward press. Right? So I do think there is an element in some cricket cultures where that is a little bit more prevalent. But it should be said, the MCC coaching manual, which caused all these issues, hasn't been in print for about 30 years. So people need to just move on from it, right?
Fair. That's fair. I mean, what you said reminds me of my own coaching sessions from back in the day where I used to struggle with just being technically correct. And yeah, fair. That's true.
My 11-year-old has he bats very, very similar to Moeen Ali. Like not quite as elegant, but a lot more elegant than a lot of the kids, even the kids with better techniques, because he's really upright and his back foot cover drive is ridiculous. Like he will just ping it through the covers in a way that took me 20 years to learn how to play that shot, right? And no other under 11s out there are playing that shot, right? Like it's not a normal shot for people to play. And so there are kids in his team that are much better bats than him, but they're playing much more technically correct. And his coaches are trying to drill that out of him. And I was like, no, that's his thing. He is naturally hitting every ball under his eye line. There are other things that we need to fix in his batting, right? That's the thing we need to leave alone, right? Because as he gets older and the bowling gets faster, the other kids are going to struggle because they're already pinging on their front foot. He's already on his back foot, and he can play that punch and he can play the pull shot. So it's little things like that. So for me, to go back to the original question is, I'm looking at the shots that make sense for the person, right? The style that makes sense for the person, right? I used to have a big backlift like Brian Lara, right? So if you bowled full, I would hammer you. Great. But I don't have Brian Lara's eye. So teams would just spam me with Yorkers, right? And they would take the fact that I would hit 2 or 3 quick 4s or 6s, knowing that I'm eventually just going to miss one because I'm not good enough to do it, right? And my first coach just came, one of the best batting coach I ever worked with just said, halve your batting thing. You hit the ball so fucking hard. You don't need it up here. If you do this, you'll still be able to hit 4s and 6s, and you just won't miss as many balls. Repeatable. That's the only difference that I had there, is it suddenly became repeatable, right? And that's what you're looking for with anyone. And as Naman, is this a good innings from Namandir or a bad innings from Namandir, guys?
I don't think it's too bad considering they're already going at 13 runs per over, and they've managed to maintain that. And I think he'll be able to attack India and the likes now going forward. So yeah.
He's so interesting because quite often I'll watch him and he plays so many good shots, right? And I've got it in my notes. So it came up to me when I was checking through my notes before. But his strike rate doesn't match the shots. I'll be like, oh, he's just hit 4 incredible shots through the offside for 4. But actually, he's still going at a run a ball.
But he has an IPL strike rate of 170, Jared. I mean, that's pretty good for him. Exactly. So,
but that's what he said, right? It doesn't match. It doesn't match the math. It doesn't match the match.
Yeah. That's true. Exactly. That's what.
Guys, what do you think is going to be a good total from here on now? I mean, what do you think? Where are we going? 250?
Has to be.
Yeah. I said before, didn't I? Probably 260, right? This pitch just looks so good. Yeah. That's why I'm worried about the way he's batting at the moment. Also, he doesn't have a strike rate of 170 this year, actually.
I'm sorry?
He doesn't have a strike rate of 170 this year.
No, I said all IPL. All
no,
IPL,
but I'm saying this year I've seen him in form and not make the runs. Oh wait, we've got a couple of super chats we want to get through too. Prithvi says, Mumbai got Rob pilled and up the volatility. So we've been talking about this a lot. And reaping the rewards. 230 looking on here. I hope NKR gets the customary 13th over wicket. We missed the 13th over. There wasn't a wicket in the last over though. So well done to the batting teams for that.
13th over was 7 runs, and I think the 12th over.
Yeah, 12th over was. 13th over was Ishan Malinga who bowled well.
Yeah, 12th was 19 runs. 12th was 19 runs.
So for those playing at home, it's still following the pattern. 12th over is always high scoring. 13th over is always low scoring. And if you look at this over just now, Hingay is on, and it looks to me like that ball is is a lot harder. In fact, this might even be caught in the outfield. There it is. A little bit of extra bounce. He tries to whip that across the line. Again, the 13th over hits even when it's in the 14th over. That harder ball, bouncing a little bit extra. It's taken an edge and gone straight up in the air and has been caught out at deep mid-wicket.
Not a bad wicket for MI to lose at this point in time, though. So,
yeah. What other questions do we have here?
Next.
Here you go. You guys can take this very easy one. Shyam says, how would you rate Virat's 9,000 IPL runs over 19 years? That's close to 450 runs a year. How would you rate that consistency?
Mind-boggling to begin with.
How consistent do you actually think it is?
I mean, his first 3 seasons were fairly mediocre. In fact, 2010 was the first time he made more than 300 runs. After that, he's consistently scored in excess of 500 every season, barring 2012, if I'm not wrong. So,
12.
And then the 2016 season, the 2020.
How many runs did you say he scored more than?
I said he's consistently scored more than 500 since 2011, barring 22, 21. No. Yeah,
he's nowhere near as consistent as you think he is. No. Okay, so since 2011, he has failed to score more than 400 on 4 occasions, and his and he's also not scored more than 500 on 1, 2, 3 occasions. So 7 times he hasn't gone past 500.
I think 2012. Yeah.
2012, it was 364.
Yeah.
This is what I think is fascinating. We were going to do a piece on this, by the way. I'm not sure if we'll quite get to it this year now. But what we really wanted to talk about specifically is Hardik Pandya is obviously in at the moment. Flicks his first one on the leg side, and there's a chance of a run out as well. The reason we wanted to look at his record is, and there's another question here about this as well, is he's actually not that consistent. And if you compare it to like a baseballer or an NBA player of a similar level, like a GOAT level player, as this is whacked back down the ground, almost takes out Hardik at the non-strikers end. If you compare him to like the sports where you have to play more games, those players are really, really, really consistent. Whereas in 2015, he scores 505 runs. In 2016, he scores 903 runs.
900,
right?
yeah.
Right? And then if you look at the averages, he averages, what did we say before? 28 in 2012, 45 the next year, 27 the next year, 45 the next year, 81 the next year, 30 the next year, 48 the next year, 33. So there is, I think it's consistent, but there is an inconsistency built into this because these guys don't play enough games in a season, right? It's still more like a series than a season. And so I wonder if this is consistency for what you can do in the IPL, but it's not actually consistency compared to how we would look at other athletes of his level in other sports, because this is such a small sample size.
But Jared, to what you said, yeah, you can go first, Glenn.
Isn't 50% like a benchmark to check in the consistency of a player, at least 50% of the games or of his career? Like there are 8 seasons where he's gone above 500, and then the 2016 season, then 2024. So shouldn't that be like a little litmus test for us to gauge his consistency level?
I mean, you can look at that, but you can also look at the fact that he's averaging his strike rate very differently from year to year. Like it depends on what metric you want to look at. But I don't think there's nothing, as someone who looks at this, so this is going to be really, really random, and I apologize for picking up a random thing, but I just remember this player's record off the top of my head. Gary Kirsten, right? So Gary Kirsten in Test cricket, let's see if I can find it here. Gary Kirsten in Test cricket averages 36, 42, 43, 37, 41, 58, 42, 40, 57, 74, 41. Now, he never plays more than like 15 games in a year, and he very rarely plays less than 5 games in a year. And yet, how many times did you hear a number between 37 and 42 in what I just said?
Right.
That's consistent, right? And that's not in one tournament. That's around the world in multiple locations. So what I'm asking is, maybe Virat's record is consistent here, but it doesn't read consistent in a way that if this was a baseballer or a basketballer, every year they would be pretty close to their general numbers. And so I don't know how to read this. I know there are players like Gary Kirsten. I think Sachin is another one who's very consistent from year on year. There are guys who do that, but most players don't. Most players go up and down, right? And so I don't know how to read that. And so we don't know enough about IPL cricket because we're basically Virat's career in. Another 4 from Rickleton. Yeah, this is a comeback innings, guys. And again, a bad ball down the leg side. He just helps that. Yeah, sorry, go.
Yeah, about what you're saying. How much, I mean, I don't know if Virat is the right example to measure consistency also, because T20 as a format was still evolving then. Like it was IPL as a tournament, and because we weren't playing just as much T20 cricket as players are right now. So right now we are a lot more better placed to understand and evaluate players. Back then, even batters themselves or teams themselves did not know how exactly do we go about our gameplay and what exactly should Virat Kohli's role be. So I feel a lot of that inconsistency you're talking about is down to the fact that teams themselves were figuring T20 cricket out. Players themselves were figuring the format out.
That shouldn't really change him that much, mate, because he plays basically the same way all the way through until the impact's up. I get what you're saying.
No, but
he's not reinventing his game. He's playing like an ODI anchor with a bit more power in the power play pretty consistently. There aren't huge shifts in the way he plays. He doesn't invent other shots. He doesn't move around. He doesn't suddenly bat at number 6 one year, right? Like he pretty consistently plays opening number 3, similar kind of role, knocking the ball around. I think that would be right with other players at times. I don't think I would make that claim with him, man.
But one thing I would say, for instance, I'm pretty sure numbers would back me up here. You can correct me if I'm wrong. 2011 to 15, more or less, his strike rates are slightly on the lower end of the spectrum, not because of the game itself, but because he had a belligerent prime Chris Gayle partnering with him. Once Chris Gayle phased out from 2016, 17, 18, you actually see the strike rates go up. You see him approaching the format differently. Also because T20 cricket itself became a lot more fast-paced. So I agree with you.
It didn't become a lot more fast-paced. That's what I'm telling you. It had a very, very slight rise year on year. It did not become a lot more fast-paced. I can tell you this because I've just done a whole piece on it. There really isn't much of a difference in the rates. There's little bits. It's tracking up, but the only time we get like an exponential rise is in the impact sub era. Also, if I'm going to listen to what you've said, so what year does Gayle leave? Do you know?
Gayle, I would say 16 is when he stopped sort of playing consistently for RCB. 15 was his last consistent season for them.
Okay, so 2014, his strike rate is, so actually go back, 2013, his strike rate is 138. 2014, it's 122. 2015, it's 130. 2016, it is 152. 2017, it's 122. That pattern doesn't hold up again. You see what I'm saying? This isn't having a go at you, right? This is more talking about the fact that it is actually very hard to be consistent in this league in the way that it is set up, right? So even within that, even if I was to go with you on it, 2018, it's 139. 2019, it's 141. And then the next 3 years, it's back at 120 again, 115. So the game's getting quicker and he's got actually slower at that time.
But I'll just say, I mean, once again, just playing devil's
I think what you're doing is that I can tell you what you're doing, and this is not having a go at you, but you're narrative hunting, right? The narratives do not actually follow this cricket. The only narrative that really follows Kohli, if you go through it here, as Rickleton brings up his 100 off 44 balls, just ridiculous comeback knock, ridiculous. The only narrative that really follows is that from the impact sub onwards, he becomes a different player. Not the first year. The first year he makes a lot of runs, but he's fine. The second year he starts to work it out. The third year he's about the same, and this year he's gone to another level again. It's very clear that he's a completely different player. He's gone 139, 154, 144, 162, which would be, I think there's 2 years in his entire career before then that he has a higher strike rate than any of those years. And this is a top edge. You get away with that.
And I do agree with you. There might be confirmation bias. There's also definitely a bit of bias as me being an RCB fan back then. So there'll be a lot more. So I agree with you on that. But somewhere I do want to believe with Virat Kohli in particular, 2017 that you mentioned also has to be a bit of an outlier as a whole because RCB were marred with injuries. Virat Kohli himself was injured. 18, 19. I would pick 16, 18, 19 as a cluster. 2021, once again, because it was played in UAE, the tournament itself saw a clear dip in the scoring rates. After 2018-19, 2020 and 2021, the tournament itself saw a clear dip, I would say, in average scores across the board, across teams, across players. I don't think everyone was scoring at the same rate. I would want to believe 2020 and 21, the scores, the average scores were lower than 2019 and 18.
Let me just check.
Because
I only because I thought I was looking at them earlier. I know overall T20 numbers did not go down in that period.
Fair. I was looking at boundary hitting over years, and I'd seen a dip in 2020 and 2021, so that's where I'm basing this off of.
But do you also feel that sometimes Virat's batting has been affected because he's probably salvaging a situation for his team and playing that anchor role that
But if you're doing that, isn't he doing that all the time? Like that's narrative hunting. Do you see what I'm saying? Because like people will come up with that. And it's like, okay, but if he's doing that all the time, then that shouldn't affect his numbers, right? Actually, you're on mute, mate.
You're on mute.
Sorry, I was saying that part. I agree with Jared that he's been an anchor all his career, so you can't really use that to base it. Yeah.
Are they? They're a bit short of runs here.
Yeah.
180. Oh, and that's a top pitch for 4. All right, Pandya will take that at least.
Let me have a look at years.
Yeah.
Okay.
India is not done too badly, by the way, after a
Good
poor
comeback.
first over. 20. Yeah. Good for him.
As we say that, he's gone for 4, 1, 4, and a 6.
Streamer's curse. Akshay, well done.
Okay.
Why are you barking?
Let me take the credit for that. Happy to.
Runs per over.
Slot ball.
Nice.
So in 2019, runs per over were 8.41. In 2020, they were 8.28. So within the margin, I would say. The next year, 2021, is a little bit lower. It goes down to 8.05, which it hadn't been since 2013. But that's not really his strike rate is going down a rate of 20, and the overall strike rate is going down 7.
Fair.
So it would be hard to
down
look
more
at
than
that.
the league average.
Yeah, and do you know that could be that some of those wickets are even more spin dependent, perhaps, and that's where he slows down naturally. But again,
in fact, he had a horrible 22 too, of course. Yeah.
22.
COVID and all, I think there was a COVID time.
Yeah,
I'm assuming.
yeah.
Yeah, COVID 2020.
Yeah, 2022 went back up to
2021.
8.5 runs and over by the look of this.
Yeah. And he was just bad. He had a rank bad season. That was his lowest point. And then the impact sub and all of that came in. It became a lot better.
Can someone have a look at Hinga's overs here? His first over went for
Aren't they
$1
striking
million,
it?
and his last over's gone for $1 million. He can't have gone for many in the second over, can he?
Finally, he nails a Yorker, and that goes for just 1 run. But nonetheless, 18, 19,
2.
20, or they sneak in a 2-2. Wow.
They still got a second run off that. Yeah. Let's just go through a
Jeez.
couple of. We've got some super chats. They're flying in, and we're not answering them because
Yeah,
actually
quite
can't
a
stop
few,
talking.
quite a few.
Andy says, "What's Jared's position on the NBA GOAT debate? While LeBron has the best career, hard to look past MJ's higher peak and cultural impact." Yeah, I think cultural impact is massive for Michael Jordan. I think you could make an argument that LeBron James fits on more teams because he can play more roles than Michael Jordan and doesn't need the ball in his hand at all times, and so is therefore a more useful player overall. But I think if you're looking at dead set peaks, I'm not sure we'll ever see anyone with a peak anywhere near the level of Michael Jordan's when it comes to that. Rupesh says, "Where is Estelle?" I ask myself this every day. Why isn't she there in Crick Picks? It's a fair question, Estelle. Why are you not there? No, look, Estelle's had a lot going on. She doesn't cover the IPL anyway, so it's not a series that she looks at. Estelle still works for us. She's still around. She's just doing other things at the moment, but she hopefully will be back again soon. Prab says, "How is Rose technique making the greatest 6-hitter?"
I read that as technology first. And I was trying to think, what technology are we talking about? Technique makes sense.
But Rohit is not the greatest 6-hitter, is he? Is that what I'm confused?
Maybe that's what Anshu thinks so. That's why he's just asking you. That's his opinion, that he's the 6-hitter and he's operating from that chain of thought.
He's an incredible timer of the ball, and I think he's quite a strong guy as well. So that's why he hits a lot of sixes. I don't think he's the greatest 6-hitter. He is one of the best 6-hitters when you look at true sixes, though, because most opening batters, up until the last 2-3 years, never hit sixes in the power play. So most opening batters don't, and he does. But yeah, I'm not sure. His pull shot as well. He has the ability to hit the pull shot up, right? And not everyone does. A lot of people, if you look at some great pullers of the ball, so Ricky Ponting, Matthew Elliott, if you want to go back in the day, Brian Lara, they don't actually hit their pull shots up. They hit them quite flat. Actually, do you hit your pull shot up or flat?
I don't play a pull shot. As simple
Okay.
as that. I'm not that good versus short balls.
Yeah. So mine is really, really flat. So much so that there was like 1 year I got caught at mid-wicket like 7 times. Right?
Oh.
Like, because I just hit it dead flat, right? I probably broke a couple of fingers on the way through because I hammered a couple of them. But mostly, like, I just kept getting caught because I kept hitting it in the same place. So I think with Rohit Sharma, he hits up and under a bit more than other people.
I hope Rohit fans clip this and make this viral. That's one way of reaching more people. Rohit is not the greatest six-hitter, period. Just move on.
I mean,
Just
even
one question.
Rohit fans couldn't argue that.
When you say
You'd be
that
surprised with what they'll argue.
when you say that he slices it, are you saying that he's got a better technique to watch the ball as compared to people hitting it flat?
No.
I'm asking
It's
you
not
very
slicing.
quickly.
It's more, I suppose you would say it's an up and under shot for him.
Okay.
So if you
Okay.
look at, I'm trying to think of another modern day someone who's really good on the pull shot. But so David Miller, right, hits it very, very flat when he comes across
Flat,
it.
yeah.
So what Rohit is doing is probably more like David Miller is probably hitting it more like a flat forehand in tennis, and Rohit
Right.
is probably hitting it more like topspin, but without the spin, obviously.
Right.
But it's
Okay.
the up and under of it, right? So if the best player to compare it to isn't someone who plays a pull shot in this way, but it's actually Sky. Everyone sweeps, but most people sweep flat through the ball, so their bat goes like that. Whereas Sky sweeps up, right? So his sweeps go up over backward square leg. It's very rare for someone to sweep over backward square leg. Usually, if you're going to do that, it's when you play the slog sweep and it goes to mid wicket, right? And so when Rohit plays his pull shot, instead of hitting it flat, he's hitting it under, right? You can see it with KP's hook shot might be another one where you see someone sort of get under the ball rather than on top of it. It's just the way that it works for you. It's very hard for me to hit an up and under pull shot because my normal swing pattern is just flat through the ball. I hope that makes sense. As Cummins comes on for his last over, so 203 for 3 after 204 for 3. I'll get that right. With a couple of singles here. Ribu says we talk a lot about Shreyas Iyer and Phil Salt trade, but it was the Hardik trade which has fundamentally hurt both sides. Gujarat can't get a functioning middle order, and Hardik is somehow Mumbai's second best bowler. Not
Iyer
ideal.
and Salt weren't traded, Ribu, just to put that out there. But
Yeah, I was trying to
we get
work
what
that
you're
out
trying
too.
to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think lots of people have started to talk about the Hardik thing as a huge mistake, right? Like, it has hurt both sides. I think that's probably fair. Was it a trade or did he just leave, though?
However you want to look at it.
Yeah.
How do you visualize it?
I don't think he was traded for anything, was he? Maybe money? So they bought him?
Money, of course.
Yeah, that's buying a player, I would call that.
It's called an all-cash trade in IPL, Jared. So that's the nomenclature they have. So, yeah.
Yeah, they're wrong. Amit says, NKR a better bowler than Shivam Dubey. There is not a single person on planet Earth that would disagree with this take. That is, you know how they say hot take, right? That is the most freezing cold take that I've ever come across. Shivam Dubey would not be arguing against this take. Narayan says, is there an impact on captaincy by the role you play? Opener, batter, wicketkeeper, fast bowler, spinner.
Fast bowler, spinner.
Yes and no. Different playing positions have different ways of looking at the game, right? So traditionally, bowling captains are much more defensive with their fields. Pat Cummins, perfect example of this. Very defensive with his fields because he's a bowler and he doesn't want to go for runs, and that's how he thinks about things, right? Whereas batters are like, let's put 5 slips in and we've got to get an edge here. And the bowler's like, yeah, well, if I've got 5 slips in, they're going to get a single to mid-wicket every single time, right? Like, so there are things like that. Wicket keepers usually have the best angles for fielding placements. So there are little parts of it. Wicket keepers are usually the most tired at the end of the game. Bowlers who bat are usually really tired at the end of games as well. So you get little things like that. But essentially, you can be a really attacking bowling captain, and you can be a really defensive batting captain. Like, these things also exist. But there are sort of types that you do see. Fielding captains usually move the field more than other players, and it's not specifically for any other reason than they see the angles better than everyone else does. Right, so they could tell if someone's off even a couple of meters, whereas if you're captaining from mid-off or mid-on, you won't see those angles as much.
Speaking of bowling captains being very good with defensive
You just don't want me to go
Cummins-
through these impact subs, do you, Akshay?
But Cummins has been excellent. I was just going to bring that up. 5 runs so far of the 5 balls, just 5 singles, no bounties, nothing. Now
What
move
did he
on to
go
the
for in
next
his
super.
third over?
That's where he caught the cue, if I'm not wrong. 18 or 19. I'll check that 1 second.
1 second. Yeah, it was his third over. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good over in the end. I think he got. I think Rickleton's maybe got a bit tired as well, and I wonder if that, if the slower balls are just gripping a little bit more on the surface as well. Although that last one wasn't. I mean, Harding's off 20 off 8 here. I just feel like they now need a couple of really big overs, unless we've misread the pitch. But it feels to me like they're a little bit behind. Don't answer that, Akshay. Narayan says, "Is there an impact?" I know we've done that once. Glenn, there's some sort of weird noise that's coming from your keyboard.
Sorry, I'm just gonna have to fix this.
Anaku says Warner was the most consistent in the IPL while he played. Yeah, his record's quite. So the players we were going to compare Kohli to were, I think, Warner and KL. So there are players who are more consistent than Kohli. That I 100% agree on that, actually. As this is hit over long. That's a good hit from Hardik. It was full and straight, and he digs that out off Malinga and hits it for 6. Shyam says, in one of your previous conversations, you said Sachin was a print and TV era and Virat is a social media era. Could you elaborate? So if you look at India, it's really fascinating because India's culture has moved so quickly. Every player is very different. So I don't know, you might know this, but when they beat England in 1971, the only way for people to see that was to go to movie theaters and watch the clips online at movie theaters. So those players are really newspaper and cinema, right? By 1983, TVs are in India. And so there are some people who have TVs, but a lot of people have to share at that stage. So that's almost like a shared TV situation. So newspapers are still really important. Sachin comes into that era. So he's at the start of the end of the Doordarshan era, so that it's easier to find cricket on TV and all the games are available. But the games disappear straight after you've seen them, right? Like that, it's not like now where everything else is around. And so newspapers and Cricinfo sort of become that. Virat's career starts at the point. So he's 2008, I want to say the start of his career is.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So 2012 is when Jio basically give mobile phones to everyone in India. When's the big mobile phone boom? 2008? Is it 2000?
So 12 is where they start giving phones. 16 is where they
smartphones.
the rates become the internet rates just nosedive completely in 2016.
Yeah, so 2012 is the first boom, Shyam, and then 2014 to 2016 is smartphones. So Virat lives in almost entirely in the selfie era, even with the old phones. And then he goes into the social media era almost exactly straight after that. So it's a very different kind of era to Sachin. So all these different people are doing that. The only reason I know all this actually is because we're doing the book on him at the moment and we're going through why everyone's career is different. So one of the reasons that Virat is so much more famous at times than some of the other players is because there's nowhere you could go where Virat's face is not going to pop up. Right? Whereas that's not quite what, even Sachin wasn't quite on that level, despite the fact that Sachin was more actually famous. He's not as recognizably famous in the way that Virat is. Prudvi says, should Mumbai Indians and Delhi Capitals get together and swap Miller with De Kock? I don't think so, because I think DC have other opening options.
Yeah. And Mumbai have enough options. Like, I don't think lack of finisher options is an issue with MI. They have plenty of other issues, but this isn't one of them.
Yeah, as Malinga's pulled this over back after that great shot early from Hardik. Yeah. Sorry, excuse me, everyone. No, I've already read that one. And then Brut says, who all do you put in the Romario family of bowlers? I would put Marcus Stoinis in that family. I would put Shardul Thakur in that family. Hey?
Obed McCoy?
I don't think Obed goes for that many runs, does he?
IPL. I'm just.
Do you mean
sticking to
Odean
IPL,
Smith?
I remember. No, Odean Smith is a league above Romario, to be honest. I mean, I've never seen him not go for runs. I've at least seen Romario bowl an odd over or two where he doesn't concede runs. But Obed McCoy in the IPL did concede a fair few. That's how
I think Obed's a class above these guys as a bowler, though.
Fair.
I think that he is a guy who goes for lots of runs and takes wickets, but I would say that he's probably like the good version of them, right? Like, I mean, Unadkat would probably be would have been in that, wouldn't he?
Ah, come on, Jared. That's too harsh. I think Unadkat's done reasonably well this time around, especially.
No, this season, but career-wise,
I would still have Unadkat more like in that Obed McCoy sort of category if that's where you're placing Obed. I don't think he's as bad. I agree with Stein.
Unadkat has quite a few years where he goes at over 9 runs and over, well before the impact sub era.
But he also had an unbelievable season in 2017 where he picks up like 20 plus wickets. What
did he do the next year?
Oh, yeah. Crash, bang and wallop. I know.
So the next year, he went at 9.65 runs and over. The following year, he went at 10.66 runs and over. The following year, which we've just said is a lower scoring, which had a bit of a dip, he went at 9.91 runs and over.
You know about each of these 3 years, slight digression. Unadkat, I don't know if you know about this. So RR buy Unadkat for like 11 crores in 2018. They release him and buy him back for like 8.5 crores in 2019. They once again release him and buy him back for 3.5 crores in 2020. And they once again release him and buy him back at base price for 2 crores in 2021. 4 years, 4 times they release him and buy him back cheap.
They could have saved themselves a lot of trouble in that one. I think you're probably right. I think bad Unadkat was probably worse than Obed consistently.
Yeah.
And I think having seen both of them play, I'd say Obed's a much better wicket taker than Unadkat, like in his career. So yeah, I would probably link those two together a little bit more. I'm trying to think, is there a spinner? Spinner who gets wickets and goes for runs.
Chahal comes to mind, if that counts.
Who?
Chahal, but of course, I'm just joking.
Yeah, I mean, he's like the great version of that, isn't he? But even then, he's had a lot of low... He's not consistently as high scoring as the other guys that we've mentioned.
True.
SRT says, your updated views on NKR's bowling. I mean, if he can bowl at 140 Ks and get a little bit of sideways movement, he's a genuine threat and a really good fifth bowler in multiple formats. No issues there at all. I didn't think... what is interesting in the future is if he can be a new ball bowler as well, and has the ability to do that on top of it. But yeah, Eshan Malinga 1 for 29 from 4. What's the second best figures today? Should we just have a look?
I think Cummins, he went for 39 or 40 or 4. I think that should be the second best.
And then the third best figures are Hingay.
Oh, I'm scared.
1 for 40 from 3.
Okay.
We were right about Hingay. He actually did have a good over there.
Yeah.
So who has to
also,
bowl?
Since you asked how much did Cummins go for in his third, he went for 11. So 6, 16, 11 and 6. That was his over split.
Sorry, say that again.
6, 16, 11, 6. That was his 4 over split in terms of runs conceded. So yeah.
It's going to be Sakib Hassan, who's going to be coming in for the 19th over. Vibor says, thoughts on Rian Parag's vape incident? Reckless. Yeah, I mean, a bit silly. I don't think he should have been banned for the rest of the year, but I don't know what the legalities of all these things are. I don't think people should be banned for smoking weed. So I'm probably not the best person to talk about when it comes to this.
Again, consumption isn't illegal. Just to put it out there, consumption isn't illegal. Sale and purchase of vapes are illegal. So technically, he's not done anything illegal by consuming.
Has he been banned for the year? Am I right? Or was
No, he hasn't. People are calling for him to be banned.
No, I thought there was an update before. Someone sent us a message about it. Sorry,
okay.
I might be wrong on that, though. I might have misread it. As Hardik tries to swing Hussain as far as he can, and unfortunately for him, He hits it up to long off and is... Oh, yeah, no, you're right. It hasn't been banned. Maybe I just misread the message someone had sent through to me.
Yeah, he's not been banned yet, but yeah, BCCI apparently have already initiated an inquiry, and yeah, not that it'll go anywhere, but yeah.
What's the difference between this and a cigarette? Is there anything?
I mean, from what I understand, vape is through water vapors and all, so
No. I
different.
I don't want you to explain how vaping works, although thank you. For all those who didn't know, what I mean is, if he'd had a cigarette in the change room, what would be the difference? Because
it's still illegal. Yeah, it's because inside PMOA you're not supposed to use any of these things. You're not allowed to bring them in.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
I mean,
the
I can tell you that like, there's no way Shane Warne went through a whole IPL game without smoking a cigarette, guys. I don't even think he would have been able to. When I used to go to the Bushrangers games, and when Warne would play, he would spend more of his time outside the change room smoking than he would inside the change room.
I mean, there's a very popular saying in the Indian government circles, when it comes to bureaucracy, your mistake is, doing something wrong is never your mistake. Getting caught is. Yeah. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I as I said, I've got no problem with someone vaping. Most cricketers I know now probably vape. It's actually very rare for them to smoke, but a lot of them still vape. It's not something that I've ever thought about before. Yeah. Unless he's vaping weed.
That's very specific, Jared.
Well, I don't know if you can. I don't actually know like how the vapes work, but I'm saying like unless he's like vaping weed and you're afraid he's going to go out and be high, like I think if you saw a player, another 6 here, but this from Tilak Varma off his first ball. Jeez.
Oh, lovely.
That was not a bad delivery either.
Yeah, true. Pace on though, but yeah. I don't think you can vape weed though. I'm not sure again.
No, I don't think you can. But my point being is, if he was going out on the field and he was having alcohol or weed, you could probably say something about the fact he shouldn't be going out on the field with those things in his, having just imbibed them from a professional side of things. At the end of the day, if he has either of those things, I mean, most athletes around the world use some form of CBD oil or just marijuana for pain relief. So that's pretty common now.
Apparently you can vape weed, by the way, Jared. I mean, in the comments they've corrected us. There's something called a weed pen. Wow.
There we go. But yeah, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I think if that's the situation, but yeah. Prithvi says, when freaks like Vaibhav and Abby are batting and belting sixes, is it worth bowling 4 to 5 wides in a row just to make them swing and miss? I feel like Abby definitely goes chasing wide balls. I think they both do. And yes, that's why we see so many wides bowled now. This is the thing we don't want to have happen in cricket. But yes, this is a genuine tactic that teams will try. I can tell you that during his career, Chris Gayle had the most wides bowled to him of any person per delivery by a long distance. And that was taken over by Andre Russell.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting. That wasn't aware of it.
So I don't know. I haven't done the numbers since then. But
Fair. By the way, I don't think I've seen our chat be so active, but for weed. Like almost everyone's just, gotten active and been like, oh, you can't vape weed. Oh, there's something called a weed pen. Oh, this happens and that happens. Chill, guys.
I'm like a normal person, only inject my weed into my eyeball directly with a syringe, which I believe is the correct way to do weed.
Way to rage bait.
By the way, don't try that at home.
Yeah, please.
I don't mind having needles, but the idea of putting a needle into my own body for that is not ideal. I think Rickleton, I don't know if we've got it, and Varun's not around today, but I'd be interested to know what Rickleton's strike rate is by 10-ball block.
Ooh, yeah. Let me try and do that here. Wait.
Because he has definitely slowed down here, hasn't he? Hardik actually kind of helped him out for a little while there. Tilak is facing good slow ball by Sakib Hassan here. It just dies through to the keeper. Puts a lot of revolutions on that ball. So it's wicket 6.11. They've done well at the end, but whether it's just that this is a hard pitch to score on at the end, incredible revolutions by Sakib. But Tilak hit a 6 and then got stuck in the rest of that over. So he's now 7 off 4 deliveries with 6 balls to go. And they will be bowling. Who will be Hingay or
Yeah, most likely.
or
Nitish,
Nitish
maybe.
Kumar Reddy?
Could be. Let's see. 900. All right. He scored 20 of his last 10, Rickleton. Let's go further back up. All right. Oh, surprising.
It is Hingay coming on. Ooh.
Oh my word. Let's see what happens here.
So Rickleton's on 110 from his 51. Tilak's on 7 from 4. It'll be Rickleton facing up. Just having a look. Are they?
Jared, he's actually not slowed down. Even I'm surprised because I really thought he had. So 19 of his first 10, 21 of his next 10, 28 of his next 10, 21 of his next 10, and 20 of his last 10.
Well, he has, if you look at the peak in the middle.
Fair.
So you're right. There's an angle of he hasn't changed that much. But remember, we were probably thinking, because that bit where he was going up towards 100, like maybe from 60 onwards, he looked like he was smashing them, and he's gone back. But he hasn't slowed down massively. But again, if they want him not being able to uptick in either of the last two blocks has probably cost them another 10 runs, hasn't it? Maybe 15 runs even.
That's true.
Not his fault.
Yeah,
people get tired. And it's really hard when you've been swinging as hard as he has the whole innings. Sometimes it just happens. This was one of the first things I ever looked up in cricket, in analytics, was, is there a curve at which you face too many balls? And what we found is it really was over that 55, 60 ball mark as this is flicked in the air off Hingay. And that's going to be a couple of runs out to the sweeper at long on.
Was it you who wrote that piece? I think it was again Vishal who'd written that piece about how you're more likely to be dismissed after the 30th ball than you are while facing your first. I don't know if you read that as well.
Say that again.
You're more likely as a batter. There's this concept of, being set, right? Once you face 20, 30 deliveries, you're in that zone where you're watching the ball very clearly and you're going to be a lot more difficult to be dismissed. But based on what he had sort of analyzed, he'd done his own, he'd come up with his own ways of doing this. He said that a batter is a lot more likelier to get out on his 31st delivery, like after facing 30 deliveries, than he is on his very first.
Yeah, I think that makes sense because off your first 5, you're not. Most players are not overly attacking, right?
True.
So yeah, that's the case. Do you know what I remember from Test? There might be a broken bat here, by the way.
Yeah, there is.
Tilak. That there was a full toss on that last delivery, and it just sort of limped off Rickleton's bat. I thought it was his broken bat, but it looks like it's Tilak's. Yeah, there's lots of little anomalies like that. So you're more likely to go out after you score 100 than before you score 100. So from 95 to 99, you're much less likely to go out than from 100 to 104. Also, we think that we think that a player doesn't get set until they're like 15 or 20 in Test cricket, whereas actually once you're past 5, you're pretty set. Right, so there are all these little anomalies that when you look at the stats, I think it's still fair to say that until you past probably 10 or 15, you may not feel set even if you are set. But there are all these little anomalies when you look at cricket from that perspective. And to have a look at it. Anyway, Hingay, 232 for 4 deliveries remaining. This is in the slot outside off stump. How's that new bat? It's not very good because he's caught it long off.
How is he?
Tried to get under that one, Tilak. This is a fascinating innings. He comes in first ball, hits a 6, and he ends up with what, 7 off 5, 7 off 6. I want to say.
Yeah, 7 of 5, 7 of 5. Jeez. By the way, about Rickleton, I do agree with you that of course he's not. He did not really decelerate or something like that. But you usually expect batters to switch gears, right? After facing 30, 40, that never really happens.
Oh, well, I think the interesting thing is he did switch a gear. And then he went back to his original gear, right? Which is again, that's not having a go at him. That's a fairly normal pattern when you get tired. True. He just hasn't been. You look at that full toss he got a minute ago. He just looked like a guy who was exhausted. So I think I'd have to go back, but I think a lot of his later boundaries might have been those flicks to the leg side where you're using the pace of the ball. What he's probably lost is the ability early on in the innings where he was just muscling the ball over the leg side over and over again.
True, very true. By the way, it's Robin Mins, Jared. You must be excited.
Oh, Robert Mins! Robert
Oh
Mins!
my God!
Who has run out his striker. No, he hasn't. Hingay forgot to pick the ball up. Hingay is so uncoordinated, and I love every part of it, by the way. Robin Mins has hit the ball into his pad. He took off. I think Rickleton went, I suppose I better run. There was half of a chance of a run out. Oh no, Hingay just forgot to pick the ball up.
Yeah, I think
he took his eyes off the ball as he ran through it. Anyway, Robin Mins has a run this year in the IPL. That's his first one this year?
Yeah. I think first ever IPL run, right? I don't think he's ever played in the IPL before.
I thought he played one game last year and made a duck, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever made a run in the IPL. Let's check.
No, he has. He has.
Oh,
that was
his
his
6th run.
7th run.
I stand corrected on that.
What did he make last year? I've got a good story about this. Full toss in the slot as he muscled this one. This one's an easier one for Rickleton to hit through the line on than the last one. And he hits this a long way back. A little bit higher. That was like a baseball swing. Poor delivery, really. Yeah, I can't remember the game, but in 2025 he played a game and he made 3, but off 15 balls.
Yeah.
No, was it off 15 balls or 10 balls? It was something like that.
Yeah.
So his career strike rate is 40 and he's made 6 runs with a high score of 3, which he's done twice. Anyway, it's not him facing. It's Rickleton again. This is down the leg side. These are the sort of boundaries I said that Rickleton was still finding. He gets this. It might even be off the glove or the shoulder as it's down the leg side and he tries to hook it and he gets a little bit on it somewhere and it goes for 4.
Stupid bowling. End of the innings, by the way, 243 for 5 is what MI have ended up with. Jared, again, you would want to believe that's like 10 shot.
I'm basing this largely on the fact that Rickleton didn't kick on and that Namandia didn't score at the same rate as everyone else, right? No, it's not like the end of the world, but it just felt like to me, everyone else, you look at everyone else. Jax has a strike rate of 200. Rickleton has a strike rate of 223. Hardik had a strike rate of 200, right? It feels like that kind of wicket to me. I could be wrong. I might be misreading it. It's still 243. Anything can happen in a chase of this. But my initial thoughts were very early on that this could be a 250, 260 game. They haven't quite got there. Magnificent innings from Will Jacks to get us started, but just a complete level above that from Ryan Rickleton. 123 from 55 balls. We said he slowed down a little bit. It was only because he was tired from whacking so many 4s and 6s earlier on. 10 4s, 8 6s. Akshay, will you be back in 10 minutes with me?
I am. I will be back.
I'll be back on Combox in 10 minutes. All right. Cricket has never finished at the close of play. It lives in the arguments, the memories, the comment sections. Cricket makes you talk. Combox is entering that chat.
Box where the game lives on. I'm your host Varun Alvakona and I'm joined by Jared Kimber as always. And today's episode of Footmarks is on Welcome to the Ballpocalypse. So Jared, you recently have written a piece. I don't know when this is going out and when that will go out. We should have confirmed. But you basically, it's a long-winded way of saying people are scoring quicker because of the impacts of error. And that's the end of the podcast.
I think it actually came from something quite different, right? Which was I just kept watching these games where in the second half of games, people weren't scoring quickly. And thinking to myself, everyone is telling me how many runs are being scored. And then I'm watching guys who can't hit 6s at the end anymore, right? And so there's an element of undeniably the run rates have gone up, but where have they gone up and how have they gone up was the big one, because they're not going up at the death. I didn't know how true I was when I came up with that, but it just felt very, very obvious to me that it was, when people were talking about what was happening, it was very narrow-minded onto the way they were looking at the game.
So the runs per over was 8.54 in 2022, which was the last year before the impact sub. It was when we did this, it went up to 9.89, which is we're still not at 10 runs per over, but I feel like at some point we might get there, unless the pitches really slow down.
Yeah, I think, who knows what might happen towards the end of the year, right? We might have that. But when people say 200 is a pass score, I think it's worth having that conversation now for the first time ever. Whereas I remember when everyone said 300's a pass score in ODIs. It's like, well, actually 240's a pass score in ODIs. So I think we're much closer to 200 being a pass score in T20 cricket than we've ever been before. But that's when I wanted to look at what the impact was, pardon the pun, on everything else in cricket. And that's when you realize this is really only happening in the IPL. And specifically, it only started happening when they changed the regulations.
Yeah, because historically, I think if we take a look at which areas get the most run scoring, it's always the death, right? That's always what happens. The death pushes the limits, then it trickles down to the middle overs, and then the power play comes, right? And that's so. I think what we're seeing is completely different. Where it's the power play which is like leading the charge on these higher run rates, right? We don't see teams blocking out the power play anymore, right? If we look at the first over. Which is probably one of my favorite things ever. For a long time, even till 2023, it was basically a given that the first over would go for 6 runs, right? Teams, it's always 6 for 0, isn't it? Which isn't quite insane when you think about it, because it's the first over is usually when there's the most amount of swing, and we don't see any wickets or any boundaries.
Yeah, and not only you say it's 6 runs, but it's also sometimes less than 6. Like as in some years it was averaging like 5.7 runs an over, right? So it's a very, very confusing over, all things considered.
It was 5.2 in 2013.
Oh my God. And I kind of understand it on some levels. The ball is swinging, you want to get yourself set and everything else. But it also means you're wasting a lot of time in the power play when you don't really need to waste that time. And separate to that, also, people quite often bowl really bad balls with the new ball, right? Like it slips out of their hands all the time. It seems like everyone was... I think there was an agreed upon way of playing T20 cricket, and one of them was just knocking the ball around at the start. And what has happened now is that teams are like, no, we can't waste any of the power play.
Yeah, and in this year, I think the first over has gone above 9 runs per over. It's at 9.2. It's just remarkable because everyone's doing it. Gujarat Titans, who are the most conservative first over team, were getting 9 and 10 runs an over in the first over regularly this season, right? We're not even talking about the lunatics like Vaibhav Suryavanshi, Abhishek Sharma, or Priyansh Charya at this point. Even the anchors are trying to score quickly in the first over. And that's been a big change for this.
Yeah, and I think it doesn't happen in 2023. Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
I'm just trying to remember. Yeah. And so the first year of the impact sub, teams keep playing the normal way. And then basically from 2024, and I know Travishek get a lot of credit for this, but it's not just them, right? We see it right across. In fact, Sunrisers aren't particularly one of the more faster scoring first over teams compared to some of the others. You know, Phil Salt's a one-man machine in the first over, right? Like, you know, there are certain players who kind of do it on their own. Arya, Salt, those sorts of guys. But it doesn't happen in the first year. So there are some things that change straight away with the impact sub, and there are some things that take a year to come in. And so I do think that there has been lots of conversations and discussions about actually, we are watching people learn T20 cricket in the IPL in real time. This is completely different to what was happening 4 years ago.
I think for the impact sub era, the critical point was probably the 287 game, right? Not the 278 game. Because with 278, if the team did it once, you'd be like, okay, it hit that record had stayed for like a decade. Someone was bound to break it. The fact that Sunrisers did it again the same year, I think that changed T20 cricket, right? We see RCB's revolution starts from that game, essentially, right? They go, okay, we can't just keep making below pass scores, and we have to attack. And Virat becomes, I think Virat Kohli is almost a very important person in this, right? He's almost the last of the old guard, and he changed, and everyone followed with him.
Yeah, and I think that the other thing is that what happens in most major sports is when there's a trend, everyone sort of hops on, right? So even as you said, Gujarat, who we're not talking about a team like this, I think everyone's looked around and been like, we have to do something here, and the game is changing very drastically around us. So you talked about the first over. You might have the stats there, but what are the stats in the 7th over? Because the 7th over, again, was very traditional. People would, I used to call it the captain's over. You would sneak your worst bowler out in that over if you had to. And now, so in 2022, it was about a run a ball, just over a run a ball.
Yeah, it was 6.81.
6.81. And what is it this year?
When we did it was 8.6, basically.
So it shows you this isn't just about the power play. This is a whole different way that teams are playing. And if you look at it from the perspective of, if you look at it from the perspective of the way that T20 cricket has always been played, which is from the start, we were told if you lose 3 wickets in the power play, you're going to lose. We always thought that was a bit of a silly way of thinking.
Or is it is it 75% or is it 70% of the games?
It changes. It changes every time we talk about it anyway. But that percentage, I think, was really, it became such a big stat and was so talked about. Whereas actually, when you look at it, the best thing that you can do is bat in a way to get yourself into a position where you're definitely going to make runs in this game. Right? Like, it's actually very, very hard not to be able to do that. The best time to hit boundaries is with a hard ball and with the field up, right? Nothing has changed in that. The ball is still swinging at the same amount. The ball is still seaming. People are still bowling really, really good deliveries up top. It's just that teams are like, we are going to go harder. And that's why I think the actual impact sub is so fascinating, is because the impact sub usually means you have a lower order batter coming in. Right? It's usually someone coming in further down the order available to you, or it extends your order a little bit, whichever way, even if it's a top order player coming up, they extend your order a little bit. But actually all the impact is at the top. It's not it's not the batting order being longer. It's not like people are using the number 7 and number 8 better than they used to. Number 7 and number 8 actually aren't still not having a very big impact on T20.
Oh, yeah, I think I was telling you, right, in the live yesterday, the top 3 have a better strike rate than number 7, 6, and 7 this season.
Right. And so what is happening is we are, for the first time ever, expanding what is possible for top order batters. And for people like me, who've been talking about this for 20, 30 years now, like, I've always thought this was possible. I never really understood the way that we played before. And also, this is what our frustration has been with, people like Kohli and Williamson and Bubba Azam and Steve Smith. All these sorts of guys, right? Is that your best batters are the ones most likely to score really, really quickly, because they have more options than anyone else and they can play more kinds of bowling than everyone else, right? And what the impact sub has done is really open that up, right? So that now you can really go hard, and Kohli can attack pace bowling the way that you and I always wanted him to attack pace bowling, right? But the funny thing is, the extra batter at the end isn't making much of a difference. It's really just the fact that they know it's there. And that's, as we've talked about a lot on this channel, that's the Evan Galbus effect, right? When you look at a batting order and you can see that it goes really deep, your top order plays with more freedom and everything else. Have a look at the great England team, right? When they were going all the way, down to number 9, 10, and 11 in some of those games, look at the freedom that their top order played with. And when you have really skilled top order players, as a lot of these teams do, suddenly it's just opening up. And so that first 10 to 12 overs is huge when it comes to scoring now.
And the other thing which makes it surprising is if we look at fast bowling in general, the default bowl a fast bowler bowls is the one that doesn't seam. I don't know, many people talk about that. So I think if you look at it historically, do you remember we were talking about this, where it's from 2015 to 2019, batters really respected that. And now batters are smashing that. I think that's, again, a big change, because I've been hearing a lot from people that, it's like batters are worse when the ball moves now. I looked into the data chart. They're not any more better or worse. They're just as shit when the ball moves as they were 10 years ago. Or what we're seeing now is if the ball moves a little bit, they're better. If the ball doesn't move at all, they're a lot better. And what Himanish was telling us, he's also correct, is we are seeing more flat pitches. And what my point is, I don't disagree that we are seeing more flat pitches. My argument is batters are better at big flat pitch bullies now than they were 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And your data's showing this, and Himanish and myself, we've all looked at this in different ways, right? Which is, when the ball, there's a couple of ways of putting this. When the ball is not doing anything, there were times in traditional cricket where people would still hit that ball for a single, right? If they get an over-pitched ball, Andre Fletcher played with me at St. Lucia, and if he was facing finger spin and he got a low full toss, he would punch it down to long off for 1, right? Over and over again. Players don't do that anymore, right? Every bad ball is now maximized. And I think that's the thing that the casual people, or the people who are not like hardcore looking at this, are not seeing. What they're seeing is, there's more 4s and 6s, so it's a flatter pitch and the game's been ruined for bowlers. There's elements of that are true. But the other element is now, and we've seen this with Varun Chakravarti recently, is every time you miss your length, every time you bowl wide, you are a chance of being hit for a boundary. And traditionally, no form of cricket has ever had this before, right? And that is a combination of new batters being set up for that, and then the impact sub allowing you to know that you've always got one extra batter in your lineup, right? Even if it's only half a batter at number 8, whatever it may be, you've always got that little bit of extra batting available to you in that side, and so you can go that little bit harder. So they are punishing every single mistake of bowlers, and this is something that people who've watched cricket for 20 and 30 years will never agree with. They would say our bowlers were more accurate in the old days. But if you go back and you look at some of the great overs bowled by people, there's full tosses in them. There's wide half volleys that are missed and everything else. Players don't.
We love
miss
the
those
game,
shots.
but we love the stories. Fans have stories. Former players have stories. Journalists have stories as well. Combox brings them all together. The game lives on.
Welcome back to Combox. Jared and Rob are with you. Rob, why do you think they should have got to 260 and they didn't?
I don't know. Do you think batting order, couple of out of form guys couldn't get going?
I just think it's Namandir, and I loved him so much as a player. But this year, he'll play the most divine shots you've ever seen and still end up with a disappointing strike rate for some reason.
I mean, that was very disappointing. What was he, 22 off 17 and looked fine.
And played two great shots in the middle of that, maybe 3 even.
Looked like he was really good at batting, but didn't score anywhere near quick enough. That's a new one.
Mumbai is 133 to win this game, by the way.
Of course they are. I mean, they've got a very good bowler, right? This guy, Jasprit Bumrah, he's very good, but I wouldn't be overly concerned about the rest if I was SRH. Former Travis Head is a big concern, Jared, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the fact that Abhishek has a terrible matchup with this team.
A form of Trent Bolt?
Awful.
Yeah. So there's a few things happening. I mean, I think it's fair to say that even if they defend this easily, they still could have made more runs on this wicket. It's a huge chase, no matter how you look at it, and so many things can go wrong. But it looked like a pretty good wicket to me. The ball came on. All right. And Rickleton getting tired at the end didn't help them. And Malinga bowled a great spell. There's a couple of different reasons.
Drop catch again, obviously, at a very, very important time. Rickleton on 19.
Is that important, taking catches?
I would say so. I'm leaning that way now, having been previously on the fence. How did you find that first innings? I thought good pitch.
I thought really good. Bolt coming in for his first ball, swings away. Abhishek drops his bat on this and it goes to cover, no run. Yeah, I just thought I love the fact that they just went, fuck it, let's just try something new. So all for that. Up the volatility. Will Jacks came out trying to smack 2 sixes per ball.
Correct.
Rickleton was striking the ball beautifully, and they just probably got stuck. Sky came and went, and that happens, and he chewed up a couple of balls. And then Namandir, but just wasn't pushing on at a time when perhaps they needed to go from both ends to get the big, scary, you'll never chase this total. And this is up in the air from Abhishek, but he's hit this a very long way over deep cover by 35 meters.
So they usually have a look, these two, in the first over. I was saying to Varun a minute ago that they averaged 6.3 for the first over, which is very low, considering
they've got it.
open with whackers, and they average double that. But Abhishek normally has a look, but you can't have a look when you're chasing 240 on a really good pitch and Trent Bolt's bowling now, can you? You've got to go.
Just the 91 meter 6 over cover. That one off Trent Bolt.
He's in quite good form, isn't he, Abhishek?
Oh, he's bottled wide here, Bolt.
Oh dear, oh dear.
What's his pace like here?
Doesn't look very quick.
38, so slightly down. Let's imagine that's IPL inflated.
It definitely is IPL inflated.
So Abhishek this year, his strike rate is 213. Incredible. The top 5 strike rates are all Indian players.
Incredible that Suryavanshi isn't winning that.
Yeah.
That's what I find incredible.
Is that 2 wides in a row?
It is. So Bolt's lost his head already. And it was only 1 year ago, wasn't it, where he was still the most dependable first over bowler on the block. But age catches up with us all, Jared.
Well, not all of us.
You're 103, aren't you?
Speak for yourself. I'm young at heart because I have my heart replaced by a child's. like all people, all rich people do. Bolt in again, swing, well timed by Abhishek, but he'll probably find deep backward point here.
He wants to strike again, but no, Travis Head gets it.
Yeah.
It's pinging off Abhishek's bat, though.
Yeah, incredible timing on a bunch of those.
He hates facing... Everyone hates facing Bumrah, so there's no point reading that out, but he hates facing Hardik. And Shardul, who's not playing. What is he? 17 for 3 off 16 against Shardul Thakur is Abhishek.
I love that. There was I forget the name of the guy, but there was like a very average first-class player who played for South Australia who was a batter, and he would bowl like little wobbly stuff, Paul Collingwood type, Sourav Ganguly type medium pace, right? No one ever had any trouble with this guy, except for, of all people, Alan Border, who would go out to him almost every time every delivery was bowled. Like it was almost like Cullinan versus Warne, except that Border was like 38 and averaging 50 in Test cricket by this point, and was facing a medium pacer in Adelaide. Half of these games were on the flattest pitch in the world.
Yeah, it can be the kryptonite to good players. Swing.
Oh,
drop.
is that dropped?
Yeah, of course it is.
It was parried back to deep backward point, though, so then you get a single. So if you're going to drop it, that's the best way to drop it. I'm sure Rob will agree on that.
It's a tough chance, but he's got his hand onto it. At least, yeah. You know, some people say that's 83 runs, but they'd be wrong. We'll see how many it costs, because Head gave Rajasthan a life the other day, and then he got out pretty much straight away after. But he is in rubbish form. He's nicking everything at the moment.
Yeah. And that
he got there.
Nothing about that ball that made me think, oh, he's back in form.
That's a big chance to get a dangerous man.
Good work from the camera person, just to get Will Jacks fiddling with the towel behind his back and make it look like he's picking a wedgie. As this is struck incredibly by Abhishek. Deep backward point, and that flew straight to the fielder along the ground.
Yeah, it's nice.
For a single there. How have your bets gone so far?
Oh, really annoying. Mainly based around Malinga being good, so I feel like I read it right, but he didn't get 2 wickets, which is what I needed. So
he had an incredible spell.
Yeah, I mean, he got dropped twice. So Hingay just murdered all my money today, because I was on Malinga to get the most wickets at 3-1, and I was on Malinga to get more than 1 wicket at 9-4, both for quite a lot. And Hingay dropped 2 catches off Malinga to stop him getting his 2nd wicket, and then got a wicket in the last over when he shouldn't have been bowling it, to beat him for the most wickets as well off a pie. This guy's good at bowling, and I think Travis Head will be feeling quite happy that he's not at this end.
Jasprit Bumrah bowling over the wicket to Abhishek Sharma. He's 8 off 4, timing the ball ridiculously well. And here he does, people say things like, oh, he's a slogger and, and all this sort of stuff. That was a proper batter's shot of, I just don't need to face Jasprit Bumrah, guys.
Yeah, I think their route to victory is probably Abhishek not facing too much of Bumrah. It's him and Klaasen that are the informed ones, aren't they?
Yeah. And NKR versus the spin, right?
Yeah. I don't know how much he'll be used if they get close to chasing this.
Bumrah in again to Head, full toss, timed poorly. That looks like a guy out of form as well, because
it does. That should have gone.
He kind of half played at that full toss, trying to push it through the field. Didn't quite get it away. Rudra says, how would the removing impact sub affect rates? I feel batting has fundamentally changed and still would lead to these 170, wouldn't lead to these 170, 160, 170 games. Yeah, we'd actually already gone by on the 160, 170 games before the impact sub. I can tell you exactly, because I had these numbers up right in front of me. Just in the IPL alone, where are we here? As Bumrah is coming in to Head again. He's 1 off 3. This one It's not his greatest shot, but he might get a couple down to deep third as Tilak comes around. The hero of gay Malaysian Twitter.
He did not want the second run there. There was 2 runs there all day because when Head was setting back off for the second, or could have set back off for the second, Tilak didn't have the ball yet. But he was like, no, I'm not facing Bumrah. I'm in shit form.
It did go very fast to Tilak. It was the only thing I would say. But you're right. I thought there might have been. Okay, so the last year before the impact sub in the IPL, the run rate was 8.54.
Wow.
Which is already, what's that? Where are we?
170.
That's already above that's the average score, right?
Yeah.
So that's already telling you that the game has moved on. And I think Pakistan that year might have been at 9 runs and over. I think Pakistan was the first competition ever to be 9 runs and over in the PSL. So we're already on our way up. So yeah, we're not going to go back to the everything else. But 8.4, it was that year. This year it is 9.79. Last year it was 9.62. The year before it was 9.56. So I think you could say that we've got about 1.3 runs and over more on average as it goes for a pull shot down the leg side here ahead. It's going to be a wide. I'd say 1.2 to 1.3 runs and over more than we would have had without the impact sub. If you say, well, we were on our way up anyway, and batters are already taking more chances, we would probably be at about 8.7, 8.8 would be my guess now. So it's probably just 1 run and over more.
But you said it was 9 point what now? 9.36?
9.79.
No, bloody hell, 9.79. So it was like 168 average. What's 9.79 times 20? 195. Boom goes Abhishek for half a dozen more.
It's a good hit, that.
Bumrah never used to get hit for any sixes, and he does get hit for them.
And then I did a piece about it, Rob, and he's not stopped getting hit for sixes since.
Do you know who the best was at not getting hit for sixes, who then came back, remodeled his action?
Yardi.
And
Patharana.
Patharana, yeah. Remodeled his action to make him get hit for sixes and to make him less injured. And that definitely didn't work, did it?
No. 82 meters, that last one. So he's hit a couple of big ones already. That one was more just a swing across the line, sort of shot that Rickleton was playing earlier on. What do you think about Rickleton, them having a long on and a deep mid-wicket out in the power play for him? As this one's down the leg side, it's going to be 4. Might be off the thigh pad. They'll pick up the runs anyway. Yeah, what did you think about that field? I thought that was fascinating. It was almost like the old days of Jason Roy, where it's just like, what is the point in having fielders in normal positions? He's not going to hit the ball there.
It was interesting. Like, Rickleton played superbly well. He was picking it up so cleanly, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I'm not very good there at knowing what the right field is to Rickleton. I'd need to see wagon wheels from him and stuff like that. That's what I would need to see to go, right, this is what I'm going to do. I don't think I'd be very good at doing the on-field call there and going, right, this is what you need to do.
There's a short ball. There's an appeal. I thought it was close. Bumrah liked it. Wicketkeeper showed no interested. No interested? He showed no interested.
He showed no interested at all there. And if you get 14 runs off a Jasprit Bumrah over in the power play without losing any wickets, that is a massive tick for the batting team. It does feel like Head's not going to get any runs here. That's what would stop me from piling into SRH at 2.8. I'd rather back him when he's out. Do they go Bolt again? You kind of have to, don't you? I mean, he should have got a wicket in the first over. Should have got rid of Head. He'll have another go at him.
Yeah, always go. If you're going to use Bolt for the first over, I think the third over is just automatic, isn't it?
Yeah. Unless he gets like megawatt Suryavanshi. But Arya is scoring faster than Suryavanshi this season.
Yeah. Have you seen what they do in the power play?
They're
averaging. This might have been. They played yesterday, didn't they? So I don't think it's updated from yesterday.
I can give you the numbers.
Yeah. They were averaging 86 and Travis Head is out. No! Travis Head should have been out. He should have been caught at deep backward point, and that has gone directly through the hands of the fielder for 6.
That is very, very bad fielding. Because
is that Namandir down there?
Yeah, Namandir's had a turbulent time with his fielding this IPL. He's done some good things. He dropped Kohli early in one of the games, and Kohli got loads.
That's still swinging, by the way.
Yeah, it swung plenty. It's kitchen sink from head, and it should be out every time.
Oh,
and
it's such an awkward attempt at catching that. It's like his legs and his arms were doing two different things. He looks like Hinge.
You're
Have
meant
you noticed,
to.
Have you noticed Hinge in the field with it?
Yeah, he's like one of those blow-up people that you see at garages.
That's what I said.
No way.
Yes. It's a big swing and a miss from Travis Head here. I said that. Specifically, Rob, when he tried to get up off the ground after dropping the catch or fumbling, whichever one it was, and he went like this, didn't he?
It's terrifying for both of us that our brains are the same.
It really is.
Did you see him track the ball to the boundary on one occasion, though, when he tried to run after it? Oh, my God. It was like double quicksand and treacle. And then he got to it and just decided not to put his hand down to stop it.
Well, what about when he looked at the stumps while he was trying to pick up a ball that he wanted to do a run out at the end?
Yeah.
You did see his head go up. His head was up here.
So as soon as they bowled it, they got rid of him, didn't they? Or did he bowl the last? They subbed out Hussain.
Oh,
that's right. He bowled the last, didn't he?
Hey, Akshay's here.
All right, Akshay.
Hello.
Also, Rob, I never know how to describe those balloon people things. There must be a technical name that people have for them.
I'll ask the internet. The internet might know.
Yeah. Because, I never know how to explain it. I always end up having to do the full thing to explain it to them. You know the thing that's outside a shop sometimes, and it wobbles, and it's a man, but it's a balloon.
Okay. This is why AI isn't going to take over the world very shortly, because I've just asked ChatGPT, right? And it says,
Head is slash this on the offside. He's got a good chunk of it.
The field is there.
And that's another boundary.
This is apparently a popular stroke funny name from ads and pop culture. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man.
Yes, that makes sense.
Not called that, are they?
I'm going to say that every time. I'll remember it in that order.
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. That's our band, isn't it?
It sounded like a mnemonic for something else.
Yeah.
Inflatable tube men, air dancers, or sky dancers. I've never heard any of those phrases.
Inflatable tube men, I think, explains it.
Yes, okay. But I would think about the London Tube if someone said inflatable tube man. So ChatGPT, do one.
I'm just putting it into my notes now. He moves like an inflatable tube man.
Oh, sure. No, that's a huge six.
This is why when you have
form now,
when you have great players who are out of form and they hit the ball on the full to your fielders, you must catch them. Yeah. You must catch them, because if you don't,
he was dropped.
Yeah, first six in this over. Oh, twice. Yes, he has been dropped twice. I forgot.
Extraordinary scenes.
That was a bad ball. Again, if there's no movement, once again, I'll stick my head out and say I think there are enough better options than Bolt. If the ball isn't moving, it's hard for Bolt to sort of keep it tight.
I mean, to be fair, he's had Travis Head drop twice. I don't know much. What more?
That's true.
He's not quite at his best today, but to be fair, I kind of feel like he's done the job.
Yeah, he shouldn't be looking.
He was the bowler both times.
I think so, unless I'm misremembering.
Yeah, no, he should have had him in his first. He should have had him in his.
Or were they drops only by Rob's definition?
No. First one was tough, but could have been caught. Second one went straight through his hands. Namandir just got confused on the boundary.
Yeah, that's a fair summary. Yeah.
Oh, is this an edge though? He goes back to old Travis Head mode. Tries to nick this behind. See, in the old days, Travis Head wouldn't care about plays and misses. Did you see he got frustrated there? You just can tell he's not feeling himself. 43 without loss after 3 anyway.
Well, there was one the other day, Jared, where he hit a boundary and he actually started celebrating, like ironic cheers and fist bumps because he had scored he got one away and then he started doing this. Yeah. So he knows he's in shit form, Travis Head. And no, I don't think he is suddenly back in form. But it's such a stupid thing to do. Allow these men more lives because he's so good at cricket.
How many lives would you want to give him?
Back into it. I think you can give him one, like the Jax one, and Jax is bowling at Abhishek now, and this will be fun.
Ooh.
What do you think Abhishek will do? Actually, what's he going to do? Is he going to smack him or is he going to knock him about?
I think he'll knock him about for a couple of deliveries, take a sighter, and then probably go for his shots.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, you can
Four.
start straight away.
Yeah.
Has he connected it though?
Not really, but he's got a
He
four.
has.
The field is
Lucky
coming from every
four.
single direction. He hit that so high, long on. Tilak Varma almost lost some of his Malaysian gay Twitter good looks by running into some equipment. He was running around so fast there, and he's got the four.
He nearly ran straight into the SRH dugout, which if I was running around there, I definitely would have like sat down and had a drink and stuff. But no, he's too cool. This
I
is
think
high
he's beaten
volatility
them
cricket.
in the air, but he's just gone through with his shot, and
Yeah.
high risk, high reward.
It's Will Jacks. So the next one will be short because that was overpitched. No, it's half
No
volley outside off stump.
Hey,
And he left it.
Why would you leave it? Oh.
that turned loads. Watch this again.
Yeah,
that turned loads.
Yeah, for a ball that's only 20 balls old.
Wow.
That's turned.
78 Ks though. It was very slow, guys.
Are you saying Abhishek should just step into that and blast it over?
Oh my God.
Oh.
What happened there? Did that ball get stuck in his hand? He has not delivered this ball, or did Rickleton pull his helmet away at the last minute?
Yeah, Rickleton didn't have a helmet. He was just wandering around holding it, and Jax is going, "Come on, mate. This is the Indian Premier League."
No, Rickleton had his helmet. Oh wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong ball. Anyway,
He's bowling another one now.
this is short, as I just
Oh,
said. It's clubbed down the ground for four. Not even a good
Not
shot,
very
but
good as well. Yeah,
it's weird that he's so predictably unpredictable, Will Jacks. You're right. Rickleton didn't have his helmet on, and Will Jacks was like, "Here, guys." Like when we say he pulled out, I thought for a minute the ball got stuck in his hand, and Will Jacks at the last minute realised. I think Rickleton might have had his glove in his teeth.
I have
Yeah.
a very bad pull-out joke, so I'll just let it go.
Hey. Well, the
What did they
biggest
get?
problem is when you pull out late, right?
I was about to say pull-out game so strong his partner would be proud of it, but
Wow,
Beautifully struck.
that is a
down to
lovely
the-
shot. It's only one run, but that's a lovely shot. So they got
Uh,
78 in the first six. Mumbai did.
But says Family Guy made wacky waving tube men popular. Fair enough.
Did it? I haven't seen much Family Guy. I have a feeling I'd really like it, but
I always liked American Dad more, but
did you? That's
Yeah.
very you, though, isn't it? Like liking the.
no, I mean they're made by the same guy though. I suppose I think Peak Futurama might be better than Peak Simpsons, by the way, too. So
No,
maybe it is me.
I can't agree with that.
Prudvi says, when guns like Bumrah Travis not in form, as this is in the slot, and Travis,
He's back.
by the way,
Yeah.
all fair, Prudvi definitely set the super chat before Travis started hitting everything for six, guys. Do coaches try and suggest something to get them, or is it at their level, is it up to them to figure it out? Look, it depends on the player. Some players are really good at just sort of going back and looking at things. Some people just want to chat. Sometimes it's just you need a break or a relax or I know being dropped twice off Trent Bolt to get you going. But every player is very, very different in how they try and get out of form. Some panic, some are quite casual with it. Oh, that's a full toss on the leg stump.
That's a 4.
My word. Is that the easiest 4 anyone's ever got?
Yeah, and also he could have hit that for a 12.
Yeah. I would fancy my chances of scoring runs off that ball bowled by an international man in the Indian Premier League, and I am shit.
I wrote once about a ball that Jadeja bowled in a test match to Alistair Cook where the ball got stuck in his hand and he bowled a short ball. And I wrote a line that said a vast majority of the crowd could have hit this ball for 4, right? And there was this one guy who for years could never let this one line go. And he would send me emails about it. And like,
why?
Yeah, because he'd be like, I can't believe you would say that. Alistair Cook is a great batter. And I was like, I'm not saying he's not a great batter. I'm saying Jadeja bowled a half tracker. And the ball, it was at Southampton. The ball just got stuck in the surface. And I'm like, yeah, if you could play a cut shot, I think you could probably hit this ball for 4. Like it was that bad a delivery. And this guy he wouldn't have it, Rob. It was 3 years of emails. He just kept going. Yeah.
I respect the hustle. You know, if he's going after you. For
I agree.
several
I
years.
agree.
It's a bit like Dan Norcross had a guy who like would send him like thousands of tweets like complaining about stuff. So Dan just started like Stan followed him on Twitter because once you do that, it's a completely different world, right? Like if you start like I remember one guy sent me the most horrendous email everywhere, and I just sent him back one saying thanks for watching. right? And he sent one back out. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have sent that. Blah blah blah.
If you get involved with people, by the way, they're showing an Ed. So Travis Head was out a while ago.
So which over was that?
Wait,
what happens here? Gazemfar was going to bowl, and the ball doesn't come out of his head, and Travis Head runs down and hits a phantom 6.
So I loved the phantom 6, by the way, but in the third over,
so are we saying Trent Bolt should have had Travis Head out 3 times?
Third over, the ball after he was caught, dropped for 6, he was out and not given.
Oh,
which is extraordinary stuff.
But to be fair, we didn't pick that up either.
No, it's very hard with no sound, though, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
Exactly. Yeah. Alright. By the way, we do have a super chat from Rudra Patel. We can take that.
Oh, we've already done that one.
He was very
nearly that dropped? Again. Was that dropped? Is that Head's 4th chance? With their fingers on that, my gentleman.
I think it's a drop based on how Naman's responded to it. But
oh my God, it's Naman. It can't be. Oh, that's a drop. And if it's not a drop, he definitely should have got his hands on that. Oh dear.
Oh geez, that's a drop. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's at least not a boundary if we are looking for a silver lining. Just 2 runs there.
As he whacked this away, he has. He's got a 4 for another misfield. My God, if they used hands against Travis Head, they'd have 5 wickets.
So Travis Head is currently 4 down for 36 off 15, and one of the times he was actually out, but nobody bothered knowing that he was out or reviewing or umpiring.
Was that last one dropped? I thought that bounced in front of him. I'm not sure it did.
Carried.
Not a drop.
The last one, the sweep shot.
Yeah.
That
bounces behind him, Akshay.
It bounces through his 2 hands. He's doing this with his hands, and the ball goes through here.
No, but I'm just trying to sympathize with the fielder because he had to dive full shots and then barely got his hands.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't sympathize with these very highly paid professional athletes because they can't catch.
I think you are. I mean, obviously Rob takes it a bit too far, but I do think if you've dived and you've gone over the ball, then I think it's hard to say it's not a drop at that point. Oh, shocker from Gazemfar down the leg side. Abhishek just helps this away for 4. And Hardik is dancing.
No ball? No. That is my stream froze with the umpire's arm out. Gazemfar's been pretty good when he's come in the power play, hasn't he, so far? But that wasn't great. So who do they turn to now? Do you go Bumrah again? Because they're getting away here.
Yeah.
I think you probably do. I think you probably do go Bumrah again. Because you can't really go Ashwani right now. Bolt's bowled 2, and he's got Travis Head out 4 times, but he's still batting. I think you have to go Bumrah, because if you go Ashwani, it's a huge gamble, and he might go for 16, and then you're really under it. Yeah, it's Bumrah. And there's a trainer on.
I was about to say, is this Sky?
It's for somebody.
It might just be some tape, actually. I think we might be okay on this one.
Boring. Sunrisers now favourites.
Geez, that was quick. This is a shame. This is a day I would have liked to have bet because there was no way this was a 4s game. How were they 3.95, Rob?
On this surface as well, I mean, thinking Travis Head was going to get out was absolute madness from me. I don't know what he's had for breakfast this morning, but goodness gracious me.
Well, he's had 5 drops. He is eating the souls of Mumbai Indian fans. By the way, I think someone said in the comments before, I can't find it now, it's disappeared, but they said something along the lines of, if this had happened the other way around, everyone would claim fixing at this game.
I did a thing about how Kohli's been dropped a load of times, which is a fact, and I managed to get some characters out of the woodwork to complain about how it's not fair that he's been dropped a load of times. People get very angry if you mention Virat Kohli and being lucky, but it's a fact.
How many did Cameron Green get dropped 4 times in one innings?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the most I've ever been dropped in innings. I want to say, they've put a lot of tape on Sky's knee here.
We're watching Dew.
Is that Dew as well?
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, wow. That's a lot of Dew.
Ab just says,
the only purpose
Travis
of
Head
that
is a
camera,
50% a cat. He has 9 lives tonight. Well, he needs to be a full cat for the all 9, doesn't he?
I'd say that's a fair amount of Dew, but not absolutely loads. Those tyres weren't really wet. It's the advantage of having the HD screen next to you.
No.
I've seen more Dew.
Gentle moisture, I would call it.
You know that PSL that you were on about where they scored 1 million runs and the run rate is really high? That was the...
Oh my God, Bumrah, half volley off stump. Travis Head just launches this as high as a ball that maybe has ever been hit, straight up in the air for 6.
That is mental. He's just... This is a man that knows that he should not still be there. And he's going, right, I am going to mow at everything and we'll see how many I can get before I'm out. This could be really fun now from Travis Head. To be fair, it's a slot ball from Bumrah. And he's just hit through the line.
Huge hit, that.
All right. Where do I go next from here?
Oh, it's a slow ball. And he slices away to back and point for another 4.
I think
it does feel like Travis Head is back.
I'm not yet convinced, but that is an actual good shot because he's flicked that off his stumps. That is hitting the bottom.
Well, that's what I mean. I think the last 2 balls look like Travis Head again.
Yeah, that was good.
Even the way he got that full toss and he just went, I don't need to whack this for 6. I can get the world's easiest 4 here. I'm just going to hop it out to the field. Yeah.
But what do MI do here?
Hope Ashwani Kumar is unbelievable.
I can see him being thrashed even more than the rest.
Short ball hits Head.
On his head.
I think it was hip. Ribs, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around the chest area.
Anyway, they get a leg by.
I thought it was good.
He got him here.
Yeah, it might have been there, actually. You're right. Except he's more athletic. Not that much more.
What? Than me? I played paddle at 6 o'clock this morning, and I was not very athletic.
Do you have trouble doing sport early in the morning now?
Anything early in the morning.
Yeah, well, that too.
But
I have noticed. I can notice the difference when I jog in early in the morning than when I've been up for a couple of hours. It's like, why are my thighs not working?
Yeah,
it's supposed to be going faster than this.
Noises that now come out of my body when I get up in the morning, particularly when you set an alarm and you haven't had much sleep. It's like, and I didn't have time for a hot shower before I played, so I just had to.
Oh, Bumrah gets away with this full toss outside off stump, hit straight to back point. No,
I think ... is a good outcome for the batting team in this power play over, genuinely, for the last 3 balls of this. This is where you just don't want... If you're 85 for none after this power play, chasing this score, and you've burnt through 2 Bumrahs, you are miles ahead. But if you lose one right now to Bumrah, then they're sort of back. Do you know what I mean? I think if he doesn't bowl great, if he doesn't bowl badly here, just block him.
Also, have there been any no balls in this innings?
No, not that I know of. Short ball, slashed, high.
Oh.
Another boundary. 6.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That is a very good hit. Watch this again. He's backing away and has managed to free his arms by backing away. That ball would have probably hit him in the throat. And he's taken 2 steps back and absolutely clouted that over point.
It was over middle stump. And maybe if he leaves it, he ends up over leg stump.
Yeah.
He doesn't leave many, though, does he?
That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. And they're 1.5 now.
And you told him to block it.
Should have blocked it. Should definitely block this one.
He should hit this one for 12.
And if he keeps hitting it, I mean, this power play is quite big now, isn't it? 91.
Yeah. still in
I don't want to
the
be.
for some
I,
reason.
I don't want to be body. What do they call it when you're looking at everyone's body
Streaming?
language? Body language.
Oh yeah,
Analyst.
I was going to say something else.
Sorry.
I'm very glad I didn't.
I'll get it right eventually. Body language analyst here. But I will say that like Hardik is the sort of person that like he's got all these like nervous tics and like dance moves and like he's always flicking something. Like you really want to be like Owen Morgan or MS Dhoni where you just don't move until everyone's like, oh no, he must have it. Like in your head you might be going just as fast, right? But as long as the rest of the team is looking over going, he looks panicked.
Big moment in this game here, by the way, lads. They are changing the ball. Yeah. The MS Dhoni briefcase is on. Which of these would you like, sir? And
no, do you remember the game that MS Dhoni lost by hitting the ball out of the park?
Oh no, I remember the one last season or the season before, Mumbai Chennai, where they just went out and got Dhoni a ball that he liked and then he hit like 7 sixes off the last 3 balls or whatever it was.
No, there was another game where they were trying to get in the playoffs, right? And he hit a 6 and they replaced the ball and the ball was all dewy, Rob.
Okay.
And the dry ball came out and he didn't hit another one. He was done. There was too much revolutions on the ball. Was it Obed? Yeah. Was that Obed, maybe? Was it back at the hand slow ball bowler anyway?
It was Yash Dayal who bowled it.
Yash Dayal, that's right. It was Yash Dayal. I can remember that suddenly there was an incredible drop on the ball.
Yeah.
Because the ball change can be a huge deal. It was the Chris Gale did it once, didn't he? They were literally 94 for none, chasing 290 or something against New Zealand in a test, and Gale smashed one into the stand to bring up the 100. And he whacked the ball was gone, and they were like, okay. And it was Darryl. I get them convinced. Darryl. No, I don't. I get them convinced. I get them mixed up.
Hare
used Hare, not Harper.
Harper.
No, it's Harper.
It was Harper because Hare was gone by that point. Yeah.
And he got the ball, and he started whacking it on the floor because they didn't have a replacement ball, right? So he started whacking it on the floor, and then he was like, I'm going to rough it up and rub it against the concrete steps and that. But he only did it on one side. So it reversed like mad. It was like banana ball. So they were 100 for naught, cruising, chasing 290 odd. And then they gave this boomerang to Shane Bond. And he went, I've been waiting for one of these for my whole life. And now I'm going to bowl you out. And he just turned the test match completely on its head. And they won by 40 or something.
The test that New Zealand won, the first of the series in India, when they were like, what were they, 400 for 4 or something in the second innings, or 300 for 4. And remember, they brought out the second new ball. We're all like, oh, this will be a chance for New Zealand. And it wasn't. And they were smashing it, and it wasn't really moving all that much. And then Rishabh hit it out of the ground or damaged it or whatever. They replaced it, and the second one started just going everywhere again. And it's like, do you remember when it happened in the Ashes and the umpires picked the wrong ball, Rob?
Yeah.
Yeah. I still get emails from a guy who's convinced that was a conspiracy. And I was like, that's because you don't watch enough cricket. Because I can tell you about 12 different games where this has happened. And sometimes it goes even against India, right? Like sometimes it goes against MS Dhoni. You pick that ball up and the umpires can't always tell what it's going to do, right?
How about these for 4 scores in a test match? So that test match I was just talking about, New Zealand scored 275, West Indies 257, New Zealand 272, West Indies 263. Like all the scores are the same. And Shane Bond 5 for 69 with the reverse swinging missile. Hang on, how many of them got bowled that day? I'd have been on bowled every wicket. Only 2. Bloody hell, with the reverse
Another
swinging
day
missile.
where you backed too many bowls.
I wouldn't have been betting them in. It would have been through the night in 2006. So would I have been trading that? Yeah, I'd have been trading that. I can't remember it, but I'd have been trading it suboptimally if it was 2006.
By the way,
So
have Mumbai already brought in the impact player?
No.
Oh. No, I don't think anything's been done.
So they could have Shardul.
Because Saqib went out, didn't he?
Yeah.
Hardik's not bowled yet, right? So Hardik and who's the other guy I said? Ashwani are 2 people that they could bowl. And they could also bring in Shardul, right? So they've got loads of options. But so far, the very best of their bowlers is Gazamfa, and he's gone for 2 a ball. Jack's 19 Jasprit Bumrah, 2 overs, none for 28, and Bolt is worse than that. So who's going to bowl this one? Ashwani. I mean,
Will
we're
they bring in
desensitized to
Shardul or will they
92
look at
man,
a
aren't we?
spinner?
Ashwani steaming in now.
Short, wide, wide.
Leave. That's a
I don't
lead.
think it was a leave. It's a wide. He couldn't reach
Okay,
it.
fair enough. Okay, miles over his head. How has Travis Head got 48 runs?
Mostly sixes.
Yeah.
5 of them.
Bloody hell, 5 sixes. Crikey.
What did Jack's over go for? It was 19. Jesus Christ.
So that power play takes Sunrisers' average up to 70.44 for the season.
Sliced over covers, and I think that bounced, but it was bounced near the rope anyway. 4 runs.
So Sunrisers have scored 70 in the power play and conceded 69. So they're consistent fun.
Was Jack's over the third or it was the fourth, wasn't it?
Fourth.
Yeah,
fourth.
because
Third
it went
was
Bolt, Bumrah, Bolt, Jacks, right?
Yeah.
Then Gazantha.
And then
Bumrah.
Bumrah again. Yeah. By the way, I wonder if they don't bring in Shardul. Like, I was just looking at the impact list, and they have only 1 bowler listed. All of the rest are all-rounders, and that's an uncapped rookie leg spinner, Raghu Sharma. I don't know if that's the name they're probably considering.
As a bowler, I thought Krish Bhagat was a bowler.
He's an all-rounder again.
Is he?
Averages 14 with the bat. Yorker.
Has it
Are
really-
you calling Shardul Thakur an all-rounder here? He's all-round something.
Yeah, he's all-round something. I'll put it that way. Fair.
He's absolutely not an all-rounder. Bart has a super chat, and it says, since you've alluded to an upcoming book on Virat Kohli, in general, do authors need explicit permission from their subjects, or is it more for credibility? Will you interview him directly for it? So you don't have to, if it's a public figure, you do not have to get their permission. You're allowed to write on them, whatever. I've never done a book on someone specifically before, so I reached out to Virat and let him know that we were doing it. And there was, this one is hit over the offside, and it's caught, and he lands on the rope at a 6, and now he's picking it up.
And now he's falling over. And is this Namandir with his love affair with the rope again? Maybe Travis Head is just aiming at Namandir every ball. Maybe that's his plan. He's that good. He's just aiming at the man that he knows is going to drop him for 6 every ball.
It's 6. I don't understand why. Maybe he didn't know where he dropped that Namandir, because he got up like, mate, the ball was in your hands and you were on the rope and then you dropped it, surely.
Oh, good lord.
Is this the luckiest 50 ever in the IPL?
What about Cameron Green's? No, because he got dropped later as well, didn't he?
Because he's caught that within the confines of the boundary and then just laid down on the rope.
Oh, good lord.
Like he's a meter in from the boundary when he catches it.
Do you remember the old car ads where they would show a car getting crashing? You know, the crash test dummy ads. And this is another 6 over backward point.
Yeah.
Remember the way that the cars would crumple?
Yeah.
That's what Namandir did after he took that catch. He took the catch and then just crumpled onto the boundary.
Yeah, is that core strength or is that just bad fielding?
I don't know. I was going to say he has trouble catching the ball above his head, but he did catch that one.
Yeah, and it was harder than the one that he dropped earlier.
Which one? He's dropped 2.
Oh yeah, the first one.
He's dropped 3 catches above his head.
How many times has Travis Head been dropped in this innings? And
is it 5 and a caught behind now?
The only time that he was caught, nobody cared. When he hit it behind him to the wicketkeeper, nobody cared.
By the way, this was an incredible 6 from Hyde. Credit where it's due.
Another 4 from
slightly slower.
Travis Head as he slaps his through covers. And Namandir is nowhere near the play, but I'm pretty sure he just fell over and kicked the ball into the boundary a second time. Shashank Singh has just sent Namandir a WhatsApp while he's on the ground. Feel your pain, brother.
Attempted slower ball and it ended up in the slot, and Travis Head is now really enjoying himself because this must be what it feels like to be invincible. He must feel invincible. He's just twatting the ball at fielders, and they're all falling over themselves to escort it to the boundary for him. 22 or 5 so far for Ashwani. Thanks very much for playing.
I told you.
Who would have thought he wouldn't stop the rot here? Legs ball flicked in the air. God, the timing's pretty good, but maybe I thought he got it into the pocket a little bit more. They're just going to get a single there. Yes, so I reached out to Virat Kohli, told him what the book was, gave them a very brief understanding of why I was writing it and what it meant. Asked for an interview. They declined the interview. I had a big chat with some people who worked with him about it in a meeting, and they were pretty happy that I was writing it, and they were happy that we reached out. And that, for me, is all I really needed to do. I didn't have to do any of that, but as I said, I've never done it before, and I thought it was a better place to start than anything else.
So when I write my book about Raheem Cornwall, I don't need to ask him. I can just go ahead and write it.
Got his number here if you want to call him.
Oh yes, please. Can we do that on my birthday? If you can guess who I got a video call from on my 40th, I'll give you £1 million. It's one of my favourite people in the world.
Chris Gale.
He doesn't do like, you know, those, what's it called, cameo or whatever.
Yeah.
He doesn't do them. So I was very lucky to get it. You're not going to guess it. Ainsley Harriott.
Ainsley Harriott is one of your favourite people.
I love Ainsley Harriott, yeah.
The former Lord's chef.
I love him. I love him so much. Yeah.
Actually, do you know who Ainsley Harriott is? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Never even heard of
he
him.
was mentioned in a...
I think he could be next to me and I wouldn't recognise him.
He was
I only know him because he was the former Lord chef who went on to be famous outside of that.
He's like still on the telly, I think, like doing cooking shows. He's just a very, very enthusiastic man. He was also mentioned in a rap song by Obi Trice once.
I know Obi Trice.
Cooker. I saw Obi Trice live about 3 months ago, and he got extremely drunk while performing. And he's got loads of hits, Obi Trice, to be fair to him. He's got loads of hits and loads of like guest spots.
And he could remember none of them.
Really good songs. But he just rattled through them in like 45 minutes. And he was getting progressively drunk, as you know, fair enough, so were we. And then he just left, and the whole crowd was like amped for, you know, another couple of hours, or at least another hour. And the DJ was like, he'd be back in a minute, and he just fucked off. Just didn't fancy it. But yeah, he mentioned him.
Is that like my first ever concert when I went to see Elton John and he swallowed a moth and left the stage? Did
he come back? He didn't come back.
Nope.
And
full toss on the stumps, flicked away, and I'll just get one. If you've ever watched the tennis in Melbourne, you'll know about how the moths attacked that tennis centre like crazy. And one of them went in Elton's mouth and he had a massive hissy fit and just left the stage. And then we waited for 15 minutes to see what was happening. And then they said, unfortunately, that's the end of the concert, everyone. And
well, you're meant to swallow a spider to catch the fly.
Yeah, that was the problem.
And then swallow a bird to catch the spider, wriggle and wriggle and wriggle inside her. That's what you're meant to do.
It's one of the most famous concerts in Australian history when Elton swallowed the moth.
That was your first gig?
My first ever gig, yeah.
Good effort.
Hardik in short and turn around the corner and they'll get one.
By the way, they have made their impact substitution at Shardul Thakur in. So clearly they don't look at him as an all-rounder.
If there's one man that can stem the flow of 16 and over, it's Shardul.
Yeah, but he's a chance of getting a 1 for 16, isn't he? They'll take that.
I'll tell you all something
Jared,
now.
He'll be a part of that list that we were
100% getting a wicket in the first over. I promise you he will get a wicket.
Yeah, he'd have to.
Yeah.
We already had him in that list. He was the first name I come up with, actually, in that list. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I started with him. Laughing at Nothing says, run rate required is less than 10 now. This is ridiculous batting.
Yeah, they're chasing 244, and so far it's a complete stroll as our stream decides to show some crowd footage from 100 years ago. 4 singles for Hardik. So he's doing what Malinga did earlier and calming it down a bit.
Sorry, I meant to do something else there. So that we just saw the one where the caught behind was. Rickleton doesn't react at all. He does the and just throws the ball to first slip as if to go. Nothing to see here, gents. And I don't remember Bolt making any noise. In fact, there was a pull shot one, Rob, that we thought was closer, that we mentioned, looked close to the bat.
Yeah. That's right. So they're showing something on the TV now that says Travis Head riding his luck as he hits one to a fielder. No, massive six. So the orange team dropped Rickleton on 19 and again on 19, and the blue team have responded by dropping Travis Head on every score that he's been on, and he's now on 73 not out. This game might have been 80 plays 80 if they had fielders, but instead they're using what are the tube men dancing
flappy tubular blow up men.
I'm gonna have to look that up again.
I wrote it in my notes. Inflatable man or something.
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. That's my favorite thing that's happened today.
Could the difference? No, I was going to say, could the difference be the Malinga spell compared to the Bumrah spell? But I don't think that's fair. Because they might, the way they're scoring at the moment, they should be scoring about 400 runs.
We were nearly on for an all-time world record, you know, because Gazamfa did not go for a 6 in his over, but every other over has had at least 1 6 in.
Did you back 6 in the first 3 overs?
Yeah, I did. But
at what odds?
Only like 18s, which is a small bet for this. But you know, I got loads away on Rajasthan the game before last, and Suryakumar hit 4 out of 5 balls, his first 5 balls for 6, hit absolutely loads of 6s, but didn't get one in the 3rd over because he didn't face any balls. So they then go 7-1 for the next game. And I've absolutely clattered 40-1. So obviously they realised that they put a stupid price up. And then they did it in the very next game when they were 7s, the lucky swines. We'll get them though. Gazamfa back. So Sharda will bowl the 13th over and take a wicket. You can bookmark that, everybody.
Oh, so today there was no wicket in the 13th over, but there was massive runs in the 12th, no runs in the 13th again, and then a wicket in the 14th.
Yeah, it was 19 runs.
And it was from extra bounce.
Okay, I'm going to have to watch that again. 19 runs in the 12th, 7 runs in the 13th, and then the wicket in the 14th.
Ashish says, at this rate, Malinga is a sure shot retention. I mean, at this rate, he has not played a lot of cricket. We still don't know a lot about him overall, but his best ball is fantastic. I don't think he's going anywhere, as this ball is sliced up in the air, short of long off, of course.
Isn't that a film with Morgan Freeman in?
Sure shot.
Sure shot retention.
Oh.
Oh man.
How many weeks?
How do you rate Trent Bolt's day today? I'm just writing in my notes. He's gone for 29 runs in 2 overs, but he actually took 3 wickets. This is sliced up. This could be out. Zampa might have a wicket, and it's Trent Bolt who takes a catch. Mumbai can catch. And Abhishek Sharma has gone for 45 off 24, tried to smash this over the offside, maybe long off, and just hit it straight up in the air and an easy catch for Bolt running around.
Yeah, Abhishek may be starved of a bit of strike.
I mean, he faced roughly as many deliveries as Head, so I don't know. Maybe last few overs he didn't face a lot.
Yeah, he actually hasn't faced, like, it does feel like he hasn't done a lot of the batting for a while, doesn't it? But having said that, he ended up with 24 balls, so I don't know if that's true or just the way that we felt. Yeah. But anyway, 45 off 24 for him is fine. We take that. Especially when the guy at the other end 75 off 28.
Gazamfa gave him 75 for 6 off 28. Yeah. Gazamfa gave Abhishek a massive send-off then.
Proper send-off, that. Proper.
Who gave him the send?
Gazamfa. Right in his face. Shouting right in his face.
This is what I like. Negative Spectrum says, so they were just done bowling Trent Bolt when he should have been fielding, and then they would have gotten ahead. They did think about this the wrong way.
I'd love to see Shardul Thakur bowl to Travis. That'll be very entertaining.
I think Shardul's the sort of guy get him out in a test match.
To be honest, even in a T20, he can just randomly come in and take a wicket like out of
No,
nothing.
but I more mean like you can imagine Head is going in a test match and they throw the ball to Shardul and he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna score 15 runs and over off this guy. That, you know. How many times in this innings has a Mumbai bowler run in, dropped the ball or stopped bowling? That's got to be the third or fourth occasion. They're bowling badly and they're not bowling badly.
Yeah, they're not able to hold on to the ball at all, are they? Maybe the ball is wetter than we think.
Gazampa. Oh, he's done it. 2 balls in a row. It must be due. Yeah.
Yeah, there's something going on, isn't there?
Oh, wow.
Oh, it slipped out of his hands. It's not even...
No, the first one does. The second one, he doesn't even get that far.
No. Oh, okay. Vital's in operation.
He's bowled him. Kishan is gone. He's chopped on. The hesitation balls from Gazanfar has worked. It's just a regulation ball outside off stump. He's tried to guide that away to backward point, and he's dragged it back onto his stumps. So he's on a hat trick, Gazanfar. He's now run in 4 times for 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. Work that out. The game's on again.
Did you see how much it just moved? It's just moved from 1.25 to evens. That's ridiculous. I back the evens.
Surely SRH are still favourites.
No. I mean, they are, but...
But yeah, clearly the market thinks differently. That's a very interesting grip. Jared, did you see what he bowled just now?
No, not really. Yes, but I wasn't looking at that at all. I was looking at something else. So no, and yes.
I mean, it was more like a pacer's off cutter in some sense, and the release was also very different. The release wasn't like an off cutter. The grip was. I'm not sure what exactly did he bowl. I want to see more of that. Very interesting.
Here's Klaasen.
Also, could someone get Ishan Kishan a sponsor? I think he's done enough work recently to get a bat sponsor.
Did all right in the World Cup, didn't he? So Klaasen got his lowest score in his last 12 innings the other day. 29.
29, yeah. The one time he didn't pass 30. Okay, I can tell you what that ball is. That's the Akil Hussain swing ball. So what he's trying to do is run his hands along the back with the seam bolt upright so it curves back in.
But Akil uses just his index finger, right? Like he had both.
Yeah, but that's his particular ball is separate, but lots of spinners have started swinging the ball back in. So he's tried to put, I'm pretty sure, he's tried to keep the seam upright and then roll down the back of it so it swings a little bit further.
But what's the point of doing that in the 9th over? Like, will he get any drift even in the 9th over, like even with the slightly older ball?
But also because as you picked it as an off cutter, right? So when if the batter sees that the hand is still doing a lot of action, they might still think it's going away. Even you don't need a lot of swing, right? You just need a little bit of curve. It's first ball. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, fair. That's fair.
Rudra says, do impact stats account for fielding? I feel like we're getting to a point where we need some advanced fielding stats. We definitely need advanced fielding stats. And no, they don't. None of the advanced things do. The only thing I would say is over a period of 1,000 balls, you get dropped a lot, right? And so I've done the math. There are certainly players who get dropped more and don't get caught. And there are certainly players who get dropped less and do get caught. And you've got Stuart Broad. He's going to have a lot more drops than Neil Wagner is because Neil Wagner's wickets catches usually go up in the air and Broad's are slip catches. So there is a pattern to certain players over a period of time. Bairstow got dropped a lot for a player who batted in the middle order, for instance, because he hit the ball very hard at catchable heights. But over a period of time, that actually becomes your pattern. It's I call this the Dean Elgar rule, right? Dean Elgar has one of the lowest control percentages of any test player ever, but actually all he does is score between 3rd and 5th slip. So he's not doing that accidentally. So yes, he's getting more edges than other players, but he's doing it in a controlled manner. So that's just a pattern of that player.
Labuschagne and Faf are the two that stick in my head for getting dropped loads of times.
Well, Labuschagne, I've looked at it. Look at most of his catches are really low. He uses soft hands. Jeet Ravel, do you remember Jeet Ravel, the New Zealand opener?
Yeah.
He got dropped an extraordinary amount of times, right? But I went back and looked at a bunch of them. They were all like an inch off the ground because he played with such soft hands. So the ball basically wasn't making it to slip. So it's not as simple as you would make it out. The best way to look at it is in basketball, right? You've got players who will take, or a football, you've got players who will have shots at goal that are, just over cover and almost get caught. Heinrich Klaasen. I don't understand that shot from him early on. That's not how he's been playing this year, guys. If you look at football or basketball, when there are players who will take very, very risky shots consistently, but they make them at a higher clip than everyone else.
You know why he played the ball in the air there, don't you, Klaasen?
Horny?
Because Namandir was the fielder, so you're fine. You can just aim at him.
Why was that your first thought, Jared, though? Why?
It's my first thoughts on most occasions.
And that's why Travis Head keeps getting dropped in this innings, because he plays everything with such soft hands.
Yeah.
Is
this caught?
Caught? Oh my God.
Travis Head is out.
They caught one.
He somehow got under this ball to cover, and it just looks like it's carried to, is that Will Jacks in the ring?
Yeah.
And he's gone. I love, it is so great, this feed that we have, Rob, that for the next 20 seconds, we get to see crowd shots from earlier in the day. Rather than the actual wicket that's just happened. Okay, Hardicks come in. It's a low full toss. Travis Head's tried to get under it, and actually travelled even more to Will Jackson, I thought. And Head is gone. Finally caught. 6 times a charm, as they say.
By the way, the last 10 balls, 7 for 3 SRH.
And that doesn't include the 2 that Gazamfar didn't actually walk in for.
That's true. But this is a massive momentum swing, you would say, in MI's favour.
Well, they were. This is one of those games where both sides have been really, really short. Mumbai have been 1.2 in this game, and SRH have been about the same, I think. SRH have been all the way down at 1.18. Some people are staring down the barrel a bit if they back the 1.18. So that's crackers. You know, both of these teams have basically been 83% plus to win this game. And Reddy has got a lot of work to do. They've got to rebuild here. But the thing is, because they got so far ahead of the rate, they kind of can. Do you know what I mean? They can.
They only need 11 runs and over from here. They can actually, these 2 can knock it around for a bit if they have to.
And now it's what?
They've got enough attacking batters to come in.
Abe has a question for you, Rob.
You got to be quick. I'm not revealing my sources, but a very big bookmaker who puts terrible prices up all the time, like really, really bad every day, and are shutting accounts as if they're on piecework. But we will still find ways to get more. So bugger off.
Oh, there's a chance of a run out here. He's hit this straight to Sky at mid-off, and I was about to have a drink because I was like, well, there's no way they're going to run at that because he timed it so well to the fielder. And then Nitish Kumar Reddy went, no, I am going to run at this.
I think he may have got there.
He might have.
Great. Yeah. I love the way that he started the dive after he made his ground. That was my favourite bit about that.
And Nitish, by the way, is one of the fastest runners in India. Like, it's a thing. So
he'd want to be
quick
if he's going to take that one on.
So he's hit it straight to him and gone, no, I'll definitely get there. I'm just freeze framing.
And he did get there. I saw it just now.
I think he did.
Yeah. I mean, I saw the replay just now, so wow. Meanwhile, someone just asked me if I supplied vapes to Parag. You're talking to a guy who thought that you can't vape weed. So sure, I'm the guy supplying vapes.
Did they say it was illegal, vaping?
Consumption isn't illegal. Buying and selling of vapes are illegal in India.
That's true, because I was planning on going there and buying and selling vapes.
But what I don't. it's not so much the consumption part. It's the fact that he was doing it inside the dressing room, and it's sacrosanct, right? Nothing's allowed inside the PMOA. So because he was doing it,
But
there,
that's
why
not.
it's
By the way,
become
that's just not true. As I said, players have been smoking
Fair.
inside the PMO for years. So if you hear anyone saying that, you need to say that is not a factually correct statement.
When I started
like
playing,
he said in the first innings, don't get caught.
No, I get that, but I'm saying this whole thing about PMOA is whatever.
Yeah.
when I started playing men's football, we had a very volatile centre back guy playing for us who was our senior player, and he was like ex-pro, really, really good. And he was supposed to be sort of bringing the dressing room along. And he did cocaine before going onto the field every single game. Every single game.
Well, you don't want to just do it some games. You need to make sure that you keep remaining consistent if you're a professional.
And I've never met anyone that got more red cards in football either.
I thought you were going to say, and I've never played football without cocaine again.
No, heroin aids performance. We all know this.
Oh, boy.
I've already said before that I only do weed by putting it directly into my eyeball with the syringe.
Yeah, that's the best way. I don't know anything about drugs, but as far as football goes, I can categorically say that it's impossible to play when you're drunk. But I was always really good in goal when I was hungover. Couldn't play on the field when I was hungover, but really good in goal. Don't know what it was.
Do you want to? I've got a really good hungover cricket story.
Yes, please.
As this is whacked for 4 over mid-wicket. I got kicked out of high school twice, right? And then for some reason, the school accidentally stuffed up and brought me along to the after school leavers party. And I was still underage, but most of the people at our table were 18, so they could order drinks. So they were ordering jugs of beer. And I had about 4 or 5 jugs of beer before I just vomited all over everyone at the table and was dragged out of the event very early, right? It's probably still one of the drunkest moments I've ever been. I shouldn't have gone. The minute I went, like, everyone was like, why are you here? It was that, and I was just in a mood. So I vomited over everyone. As Klaasen, hoiks this away. Back-to-back boundaries. That was a good hit from him, and that one went for 6. So this is on a Friday night, and I was, as I said, as sick as I've ever been. It was a terrible idea. And then
how old were you?
17.
Okay. The
next day we're playing, and I'm fielding at first slip. And the wicketkeeper was not a very agile person, and there was an edge off a left-hander, and I suddenly realized he wasn't moving. And I did a full dive to my right behind the wicketkeeper and took the catch. It was still one of the best catches I've ever taken in my life. And everyone came over and jumped on me, and I just turned away and just vomited all over the field.
That's proper cricket.
Yep. There we go. And this was like at a decent level of cricket as well. Like, it wasn't like I was playing shitty cricket. It was not an ideal situation. Anyways, apologies to the Brunswick groundsman if he's watching this, because he probably had to fix all my vomit.
That's just put sand over it and come back in a day or two, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good over, 16 runs there from the 11th over that. Oh boy. So where was this, Jai? This was Victoria? This was...
Yeah, in Melbourne.
Melbourne, lovely.
I went to the tennis once in Melbourne, Jared, when I was over there to the, what's it called? Aussie Open, I guess. And it was the only time, or one of the only 2 times ever, that they had to call it off because it was too hot.
Yeah.
So they didn't play.
Oh.
And it was, so they have a wind in, correct me if I'm wrong here, Jared, because you're definitely going to know. They have a wind in Melbourne that if it blows one way, it's like a hairdryer. And if it blows the other way, it's like nice and cool.
Yeah.
And it was 42, I think, 42 degrees and hairdryer. And I said to my mate, who played international cricket, my mate for Gibraltar, and I said to Dave, I am going out in this because everyone else is inside and aircon and throwing water on themselves and stuff. But I was like, how many chances am I going to get to go out in 42, 43 degree heat and have a wander out?
Another boundary to Klaasen as he sort of whacks this over the top. The wind that he's talking about is the northerly. And it comes basically through the center of the country and comes straight through Melbourne. And I remember the first time my wife felt it, and she was like, I don't understand how. There are much harder places that I've been in my life than Melbourne. But when the northerly comes in, it's like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen the big industrial old gas fans that looked like jet engines. It's like being in that, but you're outside.
Yeah,
and it just comes at you at like a ridiculous, and we're on and Rob, I live on the northern tip of Melbourne.
Okay.
So we're hit by it first and so it actually is not as bad once you get to the center of Melbourne. But when we grew up, there were no houses past us, right? It was just fucking kangaroos and farms. And so when the northerly came in, it just hit you. And sometimes it felt like you were burning from the wind. It's so hard to explain how hot this
honestly
thing is.
It was like when you go too close to a hairdryer. It's that. It was that, and I was like, "What?" Because believe it or not, I actually handle like extreme heat quite well. Like I loved playing sport in mega heat. I'm not Alistair Cook, but I'm nowhere near like a sweaty man.
Alistair Cook did the marathon in 3 hours and 5 minutes the other day, London Marathon.
Did he really? That's pretty steady going. Only an hour and 6 minutes to go to get down to world record speed. Sub 2 hours is some going, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Full toss, one run. They're back in it now, SRH, after these two coming together, and they're quite big favourites again.
Zinch says the lone fielder theory. So I think Rob knows this because I've explained it many times before, but just in case I actually missed the video I made on it the other day.
No, I have watched it.
Yeah, I've just got this theory in games that sometimes, for whatever reason, one person does all the fielding. And sometimes it can be great fielding, right? And then it's Namandir or Karan Nair or who's the other one? Shashank Singh. And I tell a story about Lendl Simmons actually before the last ball of a game last ball of the innings asking to change position, and the next ball still went to him. This almost kills an umpire. This is a flat shot straight back past the bowler. Heinrich, we were worried early in the season that his shoulder injury might be affecting his power. There is no affecting that power. And we also said they might knock the ball around for a little while.
They did not. They did not do that. It's because they're coming to terrifying 13th next over, so they know they got to go ahead. But since the wicket, right, there's 4 for 1 off that Hardik over. They've gone 16 and 10 off 4. So 26 off 8 since the end of that over.
Abhi brought this up, and funnily enough, I was just checking yesterday's scorecard for this. Yesterday,
another 4. The game Sorry, another 4. Half a full toss hit for 4. Go, Akshay.
I was just saying, yesterday the game ended at 10:59 p.m. and it was a 40-over contest. How are we still just in the 12th over?
What about the one the other day, though, where I finished so early, I stayed in my office afterwards because I didn't know what to do?
I'd love for such days.
The Delhi game, where they were 8 for 6 or whatever. Like, that was ridiculous. I did half of my week's work in the extra hour and a half we had.
Wow, they were 1.57 Mumbai when the wicket fell. And that was how many balls ago? 11 balls ago? And they are now 22% to win.
Also, Heinrich Klaasen has not scored fewer than 29 runs in an innings this year. And he's off 11 balls. He's almost gone past it already.
Yeah. So the line for him today before the match, guess what it was? Bearing in mind, there are very, very widely available statistics to tell you how many runs somebody has scored.
25.5.
Nope.
18.
23.5 was the Klaasen line. And that is for a man that always scores at least 29. The time to get after his runs.
Oh, he might get a 4 here again. He has. He's got another 4. It was the short ball outside off stump. To be fair, it wasn't a bad idea. And when he hit it off the bat, I was like, well, he's probably not going to get a 4 from that. But he's timing everything so ridiculously. It's just found the gap between long on and deep mid wicket for another boundary.
That is surgical.
Ashwini's gone for 41 of his 2 overs, by the way.
He didn't go for a 6 in that over, though. So
you know what's going to happen now? Have they bought Shardul in?
Lord. No, it's the Lord. It's the Lord now.
Have they subbed him in, actually?
Yeah, they've already subbed him.
So Shardul bowls this over and gets a wicket. That's a fact. I told you this an hour ago. This is what's going to happen. Shardul is going to come on now. Come on TV. Tell me that Shardul's going to bowl.
I do fully expect.
Give it to Shardul, and he is going to get a wicket this over. There's no doubt in my mind. We still don't know who's bowling.
Nope.
Let the
Yeah, they're
prophecy
showing me Klaasen.
be realized.
I can only see Klaasen. No clue yet. No update. Oh,
Was
come on.
That's going to be one of the. That
Oh,
last
new ball
over
again.
is another 12th over
Oh,
that's
new
gone
ball.
for heaps of runs as well.
Yeah.
And change
New
of
ball.
ball. So yeah, right on
This
cue.
is when we get the wickets, everyone. We have been saying this on all the watch-alongs all the way through.
So they got
The
18 off
13th
the
over
12th.
has been bringing the wickets specifically when we see the new
It's
ball being
Hardik.
used.
Hardik's into the attack. He's bowling. All right.
Well, that's boring. Where's Shardul? So Hardik's going to get the wicket, is he?
He comes in. It's wide. It's sliced, but to backward point just for the single.
I mean,
Klaasen looks really mean in this. They've got a lot of batting to come as well, haven't they? SRH. Aurora.
Actually, yeah, Aurora, Aniket Verma, Pat Cummins.
So not like a huge.
Aurora and Verma's two proper hitters, though. And Pat Cummins insurance. Like, if they need 7.5 and over, Pat Cummins is your guy, isn't he?
Also, on this pitch, this is a Pat Cummins pitch, right? When the ball's coming on is usually when he's at his best.
And when he gets to pace, only pace.
Yeah. Hardik coming in again. So Heinrich is 31 off 12. He goes for the wide Yorker, and it's drilled back to him. So again, we're seeing the new, at the very least, the new ball has slowed down the runs again.
That is true.
So what was it like in the first innings? It was 19 off the 12th and 7 off the 13th. And today it was 18 off the 12th in the second innings. And we'll see how many the 13th goes for. And if it goes unders here, when you've got Klaasen absolutely hoofing it everywhere, then it's definitely a thing, this 13th over.
Long off is up, though. So Heinrich should just be able to smash this through or over. He doesn't. It's another wide Yorker, and it's another dot ball.
Well,
what is happening in this over? It's like if the Bermuda Triangle was actually a real thing and not just something because people don't understand statistics. How old were you when you worked out that the Bermuda Triangle that you've been told about your entire childhood actually meant nothing, and it was a very normal thing for that amount of things to go missing in the ocean?
I just thought it was mythical. Like, I thought it was one of those stories. I didn't think it was real.
I figured it was at least backed up with data, like.
Yeah.
Hardik in again. Another dot ball. And may I say, extra bounce on that one. He went for the shot. That's all you need to do. And then, of course, we're seeing shots of the crowd from earlier today. Our favorite shot on this stream.
Nice. To be honest, with the Bermuda Triangle, I think I would have figured it out a lot earlier. But when I was in class 7, I would say, we had a chapter on Amelia Earhart. That's the name. The Aussie who, and she
Not
also,
Aussie, was she?
She's English.
English, wasn't she?
Oh, she was English. Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
sorry.
in actually. Don't be.
We don't fucking lose our pilots. That lot does. We know we're pretty much all of our pirates are. Our explorers, not as much. Is this going to be a wide?
Wide, yeah.
It is. Yes.
So I mean, we had an entire chapter on her, and again, we
She's
all
American,
got into.
Is she? We almost got her right.
Yeah.
She was definitely born in a country.
She used to play cricket with Myrtle McGlacken back in the day.
She was the Betty Snowball of her era.
I love how our producer has just texted us. She's dead.
Yeah, well,
No,
we
we
don't know that she's dead, Vignesh. So a bit awkward.
She disappeared in 1937. She could be knocking around wide.
Actually, did you hear the story the other day about Myrtle McClagan? By the way, that she holds a record.
Which one are you talking about? I know I did read up on her, what she's done and her
Someone-
sort of feats for Australia. Yeah.
Someone was telling me that she was the first cricketer ever to score the most runs and take the most wickets in a test match for her team. And I'm not sure if there have been many people who've ever done that since, as well in men's or women's cricket. I could be wrong. But that's why she was brought up. That's why someone brought her up. I don't remember the full story off the top of my head.
I mean, scorecards from back in the day, all of them are so, like, because so many things have been struck off and everything, it's hard to actually verify, these
No,
things.
but we have the test scorecards.
Oh, this is an actual test match. I thought you were talking about... Oh, wow. Okay.
She was very good at cricket. You should look into her. She played women's cricket. I don't know if you know anything about that. For those who don't know, Akshay runs... Is it just an Instagram page?
No, it's Instagram, Substack, and YouTube.
Yeah.
I've just read a great paragraph about Amelia Earhart, right? This is the first transatlantic flight. Stranded by relentless gales, dense fog, and mechanical setbacks, the crew of Friendship endured nearly a fortnight of frustrating delays. Their departure was repeatedly thwarted by unpredictable tides, stormy seas, and sputtering engines, turning what should have been a quick refuel stop into a test of endurance. When dawn broke clear and brisk over Newfoundland on June the 17th, and weather reports suggested marginally favourable conditions over the Atlantic, wide again, Earhart insisted they seize the opportunity to take off, despite objections from pilot Wilma Stoltz, who was nursing a severe hangover. After nearly 2 weeks of delays, Friendship finally took to the sky. So she said, sorry, lads, I don't care how hungover you are. We're going for it. What an absolute legend.
And then they were never found again.
It was in full fog and all the it vanished into the mist, but that maybe it's still up there. Who knows? So ...
But that's a story that made me believe for longer. Yeah. So, yeah.
Good timing on this one, but straight to cover, no run. ...
wide. Now what we're going to see for the last ball?
For the symmetry lovers, maybe another wide?
No, don't we need a single?
Oh, we need a single for full symmetry, don't we?
Oh, no, it won't be full symmetry anyway. The wides are in the wrong angle, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Boring. We're still yet to get anywhere near a bingo in the IPL.
Yeah. Hardik, last ball of this over that we told you wouldn't go for many runs. It hasn't gone for many runs, but there is an edge that goes over the keeper's head for 4. So 8 runs off that over. But again, another down 13th over, specifically after the ball has been changed. 176 for 3, needing runs. They need 68 off 42.
Yep.
Very much the Amelia Earhart of cricket games, this one.
It's going to disappear in a whole load of fog.
Yeah, I didn't really think that through, Rob, if we're being honest.
It could happen.
Unlike
It's an amazing shot if it does.
Unlike normal things that I really think through.
Have you played sport where you can't see like parts of the field because of fog? I've done that many a morning in England playing Sunday League football where you can't see the other goalkeeper.
No, I don't think. I know. I remember playing Aussie rules football once where half the ground was raining and the other half was dry, and that was really wild. Bumrah back, length ball pushed on the leg side, and they're going to take one. Yeah, I can't think of that. I did have a dream though. I reckon it was last night, Rob, that I went out to bat and it was foggy, and they kept bowling really shit balls and I couldn't hit them, even though they were shit because I couldn't see them. And then I hit a 4, and for some reason that's when we stopped and we had to go off. I was like, well, come on, now I've seen this one.
Yeah, I think.
Do you think Travis Head's going to be man of the match here? Sorry, go on, actually.
No.
You don't think Robin Means will get it?
Ooh!
Oh my God. This is kablooied over the offside for 6. And if there's a better word that you can come up with for this shot, please put it in the comments. But my God, Jasprit Bumrah has just... Hey, Ryan Rickleton, who looks like a ghost, by the way, and should be taken off the field. Why is Robin Minns not wicket-keeping?
Very true. Did you say kablooied?
Yeah. Is that wrong?
So we have a stuffed owl in our house, which is called Kablooty, believe it or not. True story. What a shot that is,
though. Are you downing a Diet Coke there?
Yes, I can't. I'm addicted to it again. I stopped for about 3 months, and then the IPL happened, and I have to work 1,000 hours a week, so I'm propped up on caffeine.
But have you heard that India is going through a massive shortage of Diet Coke?
It's because of me. It's directly because of me. I'm having about 20 a day. I'm going to give it up again at the end of the IPL.
I mean, it's become a huge thing where everyone's been talking
Just
about
Diet
it.
Coke or Coke Zero as well?
No,
Just
anything
Diet
like
Coke.
it. Anything
Just
with
Diet Coke.
anything
Okay.
with aspartame and whatever the other horrible thing is that's going to kill me. Phenylalanine. Sounds bad.
I mean, if
Tastes
it has more syllables than we can pronounce, fair to say it's probably not good for our body.
Yeah, I'm not an advert for good health,
We're all shocked at that.
but I'm awesome, so it's fine.
Wait, why did they sub in Shardul? What is his role? Like, what's he in for? Just to
Cheerleader.
chill?
Banter. Banter is what he's in for.
Lols. Vibes.
I don't know, man. Or is he going to be the specialist death pool, assuming the match goes on?
Oh, this lovely little pull shot here from Nitesh, who also hits the Malaysian airline sign, which I hadn't realized they were one of the sponsors. Maybe we should get Tilak Varma to go over and just lay on the ground in front of the Malaysian airline sign.
Because of gay Malaysian Twitter. Pleasingly, that ball went very slowly into the Malaysian Airlines sign and knocked out one of the lights. Watch this.
It
Goes
did. I
straight
know.
up.
I saw that too. That's the only reason I noticed it, because it broke the sign. I would never have even picked it up otherwise. It made a really satisfying little thud onto it and then bounce up as well. 56 off 37, and Bumrah's in his third over, and this is drilled down the ground.
He's
This
none
is
for
down.
41, by the way. Okay, Jared, who you'll know this. I don't know whether you will actually, because it's old timey. But who earned himself 50,000 Aussie dollars by
I saw the
hitting,
video yesterday, I know.
hitting a sign? Oh, you do know, Jared? do you know?
Okay, so Steve Waugh hit it.
It was his
and-
birthday yesterday, Jared. That's another hint.
So Steve Waugh did it first for 140,000.
So
oh,
Mike
actually,
Hussey-
one.
Was it Mike
hang on.
Hussey who hit it second?
Nope,
No.
not according to this internet.
Varun loves this guy. That's a massive hit. Varun really loves this guy.
Really?
Yeah.
What, Andrew
He got a
Simons?
lot of hate. No.
It says here there are 5 people, but this is according to the internet, and the internet knows nothing. But it says here there are 5 people that hit it. It looks like
I remember watching the game that Steve Waugh hit it in, and I thought
he did it first for 140k.
I thought Hussey and Bevan both hit it.
Not according to this.
Is there a bowler that did it?
It was the Hit the Sign Challenge.
Yeah, they
where
had
you
him up
had
for
to hit
years.
Designated advertising boards.
Yeah, Mercantile Mutual had a big M, and then you had to hit them.
There was a gong in one of them, one of the tournaments that Chris Gale kept trying to hit. What tournament was that? They put a gong. They hung a gong up on the stand.
Varun loves this player. I can't think of who that is.
This
That's
guy's not an Aussie.
Only one non-Aussie, I think, got it.
Yeah.
Oh,
The only non.
so it wasn't in a domestic game.
It was a domestic game. He was playing for South Australia. Was it? I think Robkin.
Andy Flower hit it.
Good.
Yeah, Andy Flower.
God, I
Andy
don't remember
Flower.
that at all. And I was a huge Andy Flower guy back in those days, and I don't remember that.
Guess who he hit it off?
So it was in
Nathan
Adelaide.
Horwitz?
No.
No, it'd have to be
Right
one before
lines. Right lines.
then. Gavin Robertson.
No, somebody who was a frontline spinner in an important Ashes test.
Tim May. Colin Miller.
Marcus North.
Oh, Marcus
Wow.
North. That's whose
Yeah.
action it was. I saw the
And
action. I
Andy
thought that was-
Flower faced Marcus North. I wouldn't have even put them in the same era.
And I'm watching the ball now. Absolute filthy pie that he has slog swept straight into the whatever it was
There
called.
weren't many overseas players who played in that competition.
ING. So he got 50k for that.
I reckon, I think Garner might have played in it. Imran might have played in it early. I want to say Eunice. No, it wouldn't have been Eunice Khan. Matt Pryor might have played in it one year randomly when he was over for the Big Bash. There weren't many overseas players who ever played in that league. There aren't many overseas players who've ever played in Shield cricket. So give me the full names.
Other winners: Shane Lee.
So I kept thinking to myself, Brett Lee, right? And then I kept thinking, no, it's not Brett Lee. I completely had forgotten that it could have been his brother.
Shane Lee, Adam Voges, who averaged 250 in Test cricket, famously, and somebody who Bumble, I'm not going to say his name, but Bumble sang his name during a test match. And the song was...
That makes it sound like Roshan Mahanama, but it's not Roshan Mahanama.
He it was an Ashes test that he randomly played in. And if I tell you any more, you'll get it straight away. A very random call up to an Ashes test.
Was it Quiney?
No. I don't think he played Ashes, did he?
No, maybe he didn't. He played South Africa. Callum Ferguson didn't play Ashes. I'm trying to think of someone whose name will fit the naming thing of the... No, I've got nothing. What state is he from?
Wicket keeper.
Matthew Wade.
No.
No.
Random test match.
It's Graham Manu.
Graham Manu.
By the way, Graham Manu's also
here's my great Graham Manu story, guys, which I tell all the time. So, by the way, Graham Manu married a sprinter, a really famous sprinter in Australia who I think won some medals. But my favorite Graham Manu story is that the same year my first published book came out was when Stuart Broad's book came out. And there weren't that many books on the Ashes. So I was really fascinated to see what he'd written. So they gave me a free copy and I was going through it. By the way, I was told that book sold 234 copies.
Nice.
Anyway,
234.
It was also nominated for like best illustrated book or something, or best photos in a cricket book, because I think they obviously had to push it to try and get it for some awards so that people would know it existed. Anyway, I've read the book, so I'm probably the only person who has, and I include the editors here, right? And in the book, to pad it out, because there's fuck all to write. It's like 2009 Ashes. Broad's like a kid, right? There's nothing to put in this book. And so he goes through and talks about every single player who plays the game, right? And he's got like a full page of information about every player. And he gets to Graham Manu, and there's about 2 paragraphs of information. It goes, I don't really remember him much in this test match, and I don't really know much about him at all, but he's a wicket keeper, and he looked pretty good. And that's it. That's pretty much all it says on the page.
What was the book called, Gareth? What was the book called?
It's Broad's 2009 Ashes book.
Okay, hang on.
That's the title.
Oh, no. I mean, it would be called Broad's Ashes or something. So English cricket is wild for this, actually. So Matt Pryor had one. Stephen Finn just released a whole book about the Ashes, despite the fact he never actually played in all Ashes tests in one series before. Like, they're just wild for players doing Ashes books. And my understanding of it actually is none of them are read. I think Finney's might have hopefully went better than the others. Have you got it?
No, I found this one.
That's still good.
I've got there's so many piles of books here. It'd take me till the end of the game to find it, but I'm pretty confident I've got that book.
I think I must still have it, but I've got like layers of cricket books. It'll be down the bottom in the hidden ones because it's in the ones I never have to pick up.
I'd love to steal all of these books from you guys.
I've got hundreds, mate.
The best thing about English cricket grounds, no one ever talks about this, is the bookstores, secondhand bookstores.
Yeah, they're unbelievable.
You go in with 20 quid, actually, and you walk away with about 7-8 books.
I met a guy, Joe, don't finish this sentence before I finish it. I met a guy in a car park recently, and I bought a massive stack of cricket books off him. You were itching to say something there, weren't you? It was like 30, 40 cricket books, and I gave him 10 quid. And it's just ridiculous. I was like, I should be paying you more. And he said, no, if you love them, then great.
Trent Bolt just bowled an incredible over there, by the way, while we're talking nonsense. 4 singles and 2 dot balls to finish.
Who do you want to hear about of Ricky Ponting's player profiles?
I don't think I've read that one.
Who's
talking
the guy
about
who ran
players
out in the 2005 Ashes?
Yeah. James Hopes gets a page in the 2005 Ashes book.
Well, you know why? Because they're friends, and don't they work? Are they working together now?
Yeah, I think so. They are. Darren Lehman gets.
If there's another watch along in the IPL, you can find more James Hope stuff. You should go watch that.
Plenty.
Who's the guy who ran him out? The English domestic cricketer,
Gary
some
Pratt.
random dude.
Wow.
There's 9 chapters in this book on Gary Pratt.
Okay, so who is the person that gets? There's like 20 people, I reckon, that get a page from Ricky Ponting of like either they bossed it in the Ashes or
Oh my God.
uh,
Gazamfar has come on
Heinrich.
and he's bowled a leg side full ball, and Klaasen's like, what if I backed away over to the leg side and hit it over cover for 6 anyway off the back foot? What
that
if I
is a
did that?
magnificent.
Oh,
Hey?
What
if I
a
did
brilliant
that?
50.
wow.
Like, we have seen one of the worst 50s of all time and one of the best in this innings. Like, that Travis Head was an insult to the eyeballs, that innings. And now we have seen a collection of absolutely beautiful shots from Klaasen. And this is what form is, right? Watch those 2 innings back. One of them men is in form and one of them isn't.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair to Travis Head, he did get into form. It's just that that was after the 4th or 5th drop.
Yeah. Okay, who's the guy that I hadn't heard of that features in his player profiles that he's chosen? Basically, lots of people that played in the Ashes: James Hopes, Cameron White, and one other man.
Michael Di Venuto? No, 2005.
Okay, I'll give you a clue. Has had his fair share of injuries, and last summer was no exception. No sooner had he recovered from the back injury that forced him home from the one-day tour of Zimbabwe than he dislocated his knee, ruining his season. That type of setback might be enough to floor some players, but not
Brett Jeeves.
There is nothing more certain than that he will bounce back, start taking wickets again, and put pressure on other players in the Australian side. There is nothing more certain than that.
Brett Jeeves. Is it Brett Jeeves?
No.
Ah, I was positive it was Brett Jeeves.
Nothing more certain than he was going to bounce back.
2005, Paul George. Oh my God, reverse sweep, huge. Klaasen is actually taking the piss here.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary innings that we're watching here.
It's not Nathan Bracken?
No. He played 4 tests and 25 ODIs, this guy, so he did not bounce back.
Not Blocker Wilson.
In fact...
Is it Paul Wilson?
No, I don't think he actually played a cricket match after this book was published. I'm pretty confident he didn't play another game of cricket. I would just like to read out again. There is nothing more certain than he will bounce back, taking wickets again. And he didn't play another game of cricket after this book was published.
And it's a fast bowler. Can't be a spinner. 2005. Who would have been the backup seamers on that tour?
He burst onto the first class scene as a 19-year-old in the 94-95 season. Raw in build and experience, but even at that stage was touted as a potential star. Blistering pace, Jared. Blistering pace.
Oh, it's not Matt Nicholson, is it?
No.
It's not a Queenslander then. Another boundary.
Klaasen is playing unbelievably well.
That was Nitesh Kumar, to be fair, but yes.
No, it wasn't.
Wasn't it?
Oh, no, you're right.
I was going to say.
I'm just saying Klaasen is playing unbelievably well, but what shot that was from Reddy. That's his first amazing shot.
Okay, is it a Queenslander? Is it? It's not Adam Dale. It's after Adam Dale. And you said it was a fast bowler.
Born in Victoria. Right arm fast.
Home turf, Jared. Home turf.
Oh, is it Simon?
No, best bowling figures in a test match, 4 for 53. Best in an ODI innings, he got a 5-fer. This man has an ODI 5-fer. I'm gonna have to look at that one.
2000.
Anyone in the chat got it?
Nope. No one's even given it a shot. I don't think we were even it's going to be a very
Born in Victoria. Did he play for Victoria though? Does it say?
Yeah.
Oh, Brad Williams.
Yeah, Brad Williams.
Oh, Brad Williams.
Ponting was that high on Brad Williams?
Gets a whole page in Australian cricketers that have contributed to the Ashes or are going to blow up just after 2005, and he never played again.
Brad Williams might genuinely been one of the quickest bowlers in the world in the 90s, Rob. He broke Mark Taylor's hand in a game, and I remember seeing him in one spell where I think the summer before was a Makram and Wacko Yunus who bowled, and he looked like a yard quicker than both of them. Like, he was ridiculous. But by the time he played for Australia, he'd really slowed down. He was so injury prone. He played against India, didn't he, Akshay? I think in a couple of test matches. And I reckon he was almost done then. He just couldn't bowl. He was fast, but he wasn't scary fast at that point. This is up in the air. This could be caught.
Should be out, this.
No. Yes.
Taken.
Caught.
Hardick. Oh, no, Hardick's
No, it wasn't Hardick. I think it was Sky, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm seeing it now. Wait, I can confirm.
Sky is walking next to Namandir, so it
That's
has to
right,
be Sky because it can't be Namandir.
Yeah, Namandir didn't catch that. Not a chance.
Brad Williams, yeah. I don't remember him being even in that on that tour at all.
I don't either. There's some really good stuff in that book about Andrew Simons getting pissed before that Bangladesh game.
Mate.
It's really good.
The best Andrew Simons stories, unfortunately, are still not come out, but they are extraordinary.
I mean, the
Absolutely
hog tying Chahar one's quite good, isn't it?
It's not even in. I mean, I can't even tell you the best stories. I mean,
Well,
I probably
you can
because he's passed
You
on.
can and
but
you will.
It's real. Like the best story I will never be able to tell on air, but they are extraordinary. What Andrew Simons got up to, just absolutely extraordinary. Yeah, just a remarkable man.
These aren't available near me, man. Like, this is what pisses me. Is that right?
I mean, my dream is to live long enough to read all the books I've got about cricket. That's my dream. That's all I'm going to do when I retire. 90% to chase this, they are.
It's hard for them to lose with Heinrich at the other end, isn't it?
The way he's playing, man.
Yeah. Chahal, the Chahal thing that you spoke about was Andrew Simons and James Franklin, right? Both of them were involved.
Oh, was James
What I
Franklin?
remember. Yeah,
I would imagine
so.
that Simons was the ringleader of most of the nonsense.
Well, he said he wanted
That's
to do
right.
the same thing to Marnus accidentally on Mike, didn't he?
Yeah, superb that was. And I'm going to do something else to him as well.
Salil, comes in and goes his first one for 4, and that's a lovely little shot, very tidy.
Straight through Shardul, who is
I was going to say, has Shardul bowled?
Nope, he's playing as a specialist fielder.
And
the
he's
all-rounder, the all-rounder who can't field is playing as a specialist fielder, and Mumbai are scratching their heads now.
Is this the first time a fielding team has subbed in a player and they not use him? Like, is this the first time an impact sub has not batted or bowled in an innings?
Oh no, that's happened a few times.
Yeah, we've had plenty of them, I think.
Yeah, I think that's
Robin
happened.
Minns
was
pretty good today.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. What's his name? The guy who's him. Is it Himmat Singh?
Yeah, he loves it.
Singh, yeah.
Didn't he have 2 games where he didn't battle bowl?
Yeah, he's had more than that.
But I don't think he was subbed in the second innings, right? If he batted, like, I mean,
no, we've had plenty of impact.
I'm positive he was in because I think you don't get counted as a game unless you're subbed in. Unless I'm wrong, someone correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am. I don't think it gets counted as a game because otherwise, how do we know which player they're going to sub in? There's 5 on the list.
I agree with you. You only get It's only
I'm positive Himmat Singh had 2 games where he hadn't batted or faced the ball.
But I'm talking about a fielding side, like in the second innings. I'm being a bit more specific here. Yeah, not batters. Batters, I can still understand that. And wait, you're telling that Himmat Singh was subbed in and did not get to bat off. I don't think that's possible. He would only be subbed in if he had to bat, right? Or else he wouldn't sub him in.
No, because you're thinking that you're making the sub at the last minute. Heaps of times the subs are made earlier. Sometimes they're made at the end of the bowling innings, mate.
But I don't think Himmat Singh has ever been subbed in. I mean, they wouldn't sub anyone that early, right? If he's only going to bat.
You're thinking about this the wrong way. So how often does a bowler finish their 4 overs and get subbed out straight away for a batter?
Fair. I get what you mean.
That's what I'm saying. I just think you've got yourself in a shame spiral here. As this one is whacked down to long on. Let's have a look. See if I can find it for you, mate. Himmat Singh has played 6 IPL games and played 3 innings. I'm pretty sure he was subbed in 3 times and didn't bat in any of those games. It could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that happened. I'm not saying this isn't weird what we're seeing now, because why bring Shardul in if...
Robin Minns was perfectly fine fielding, so yeah.
One off with the bat, Robin Minns, and then not allowed to wicket keep because the guy who scored 125 red is asked to keep.
He looks like a ghost, Rickleton, by the way. He looks like he's...
And this is Jared Kimber saying someone looks like a ghost, ladies and gentlemen. The whitest man of all time, Jared Kimber.
Second whitest, Tim Woodward.
Who? Okay.
Tim Wigmore is the only person I've ever been to India for a long period of time, for a month, and came away whiter than he began. And I don't just mean skin color, I mean also spiritually.
When I go to India, I'm going to really get stuck into the culture.
Everything.
Particularly the food. I can't wait to eat the food, man.
I can't wait to see you get really drunk on Old Monk.
Sure. No problem.
Right.
What's Old Monk? Whiskey.
Old Monk is a brown liquid that they call something. Is it a rum?
It's supposed to be a rum. Yeah, it's a rum.
Yeah, okay. It's a brown liquid.
It's supposed to be a rum.
There's lots of countries in the world that tell me that their alcohol is something, and it's a brown liquid, which is fine.
Have you guys tried Fireball?
The full toss hit down the ground for another boundary. Why not? We'll do that.
Yeah.
The best one
Have you tried Fireball?
Yeah, Fireball's lovely. Like very easy to drink, isn't it?
Fireball you get over here. You can get Old Monk over here, but not.
Americans love Fireball because it's really easy to drink. They're like a non-drinking nation, America, that think they're massive lads. Do you know what I mean? And so they drink the easy stuff.
Do you know, one of my favorite brown liquids from a country that whatever it says it is, this one says it's brandy. In South Africa, they have a drink called Klipdrift, right? And they call it the Dutchman's drink. And it is just kerosene.
Love the accent.
It is just kerosene. It is horrendous. And I can't stop drinking it, guys. I can't stop drinking it. I love it.
I have one for you guys as well. In Egypt, they have something called ouzo. I don't know if you've heard of it or tried it.
Is that the Greek ouzo or is it an Egyptian ouzo? I've had the Greek.
It's an Egyptian ouzo.
Oh wow!
It was crazy. It was crazy, and my friend was pissed drunk after just one can. And this is a guy who can handle himself. He was pissed drunk just after one can. It was really strong.
Yeah, no, I've had ouzo before. I grew up with Macedonians, Greeks, Cypriots, and that was one of the first drinks that that we had, and I still haven't recovered.
I think the one that did it for me was I used to work at the British Legion, which is like when I was still at school, which is a place where old men go to drink really cheaply and play cards with each other and stuff. And the guy that ran the British Legion used to go on holiday every year to Greece or somewhere, and he came back with this raki stuff, right? And raki's horrible anyway, but the stuff he got was like 80% proof or something. It was like paint stripper, proper disgusting. And it was almost impossible to actually keep it down. Like physically, your body wanted to reject it. It was so disgusting. And so I used to drink
Salil just slaps this down the ground for 6. That was almost a no-look Revis shot, that.
I think it was. This is off Jasprit Bumrah as well. Bumrah's got absolutely hooped today.
Yeah,
Slot ball, but he's put that away well. And that's what he's in the team for, he's doing that.
Played.
Bumrah none for 53 with a ball to go.
Yeah. But about this, Jared, have you tried some of the local stuff? I mean, even I've stayed away from it. I've never tried it, but I've heard, if you thought Old Monk was bad, there are these drinks that a lot of, the slightly lesser fortunate, poorer people of India, they drink this. It's a very local drink.
No, I've drunk that in Sri Lanka. I've drunk that a lot. Arak, the cheap araks that come out of the coconut juices and all that. So I've drunk a shitload of those in Sri Lanka, but no, I don't think I have in India.
So not even the arak. So there's something called toddy. That's more like the arak that you probably had in Sri Lanka. But up north, how do I put it? It's supposed to be some form of whiskey. It's not a whiskey. It's nothing like a whiskey.
They're never whiskeys. We have a rum in Australia. We have a rum in Australia called Bundaberg rum, right?
What?
And it's called Bundaberg rum, right? It has rum in the name, right? I don't know what this is, but it tastes like if cold medicine was off.
That's not good.
It's like 1930s cold medicine is what this tastes like. And I was like, I just don't understand how you can put the word rum behind it, guys. I've drunk rum all around the world. There's no way you can make rum taste like this. So I'm used to going, Bundaberg rum and Klipdrift and Arak and Old Monk, and it's brown liquid, guys. Let's just be clear. This is up in the air. It's an edge, and it's 4. My God, they are going to do this so ridiculously fast.
But if I get a chance, I'll make you guys try something called toddy. I don't know if you've heard of toddy. It's like an arak. It's from the tea. It's from the
I've been told about that one. I don't think I've ever had it.
It's damn good. It's damn good.
I doubt that,
Yeah.
but I will drink it anyway.
Isn't hot toddy just what Irish people drink all the time? Just any excuse to put whiskey in something?
Yes, that.
But I mean, with toddies especially, it's supposed to be a bit sweeter and all of it. So a lot of people prefer that too. It's pretty cool.
Oh my God! Full toss and 6. Well, Salil's doing well here.
What a cameo, as they call it. I don't mind the cameo being 8 or 9 balls at the end, but that is the most overused phrase in cricket, I think.
Whoa.
This is kind of what a cameo is, right? You just come in for 2 minutes and belt everything and you win the game.
Yeah.
What a chase. What a really, really good chase. And Mumbai are now going to be thinking about those 22 balls that Sky and Namandir got 27 runs off.
Yeah. Also, Akshay, I said 260 they should have aimed for. I don't know if that would have been enough either. Having said that, I mean, at least it would have made the game close at this point. But either way, I was like, they need 260. And there was a couple of comments going, what's he on about? This is a great score. And I'm like, maybe I was low.
Man, they've made such light work of this chase. It's hard to believe that
it was such a good pitch, though. Like, I know the Travis Head thing and everything, but it's just such a good pitch. The ball, look at Salil. The ball is just coming onto his bat so ridiculously well here.
Yeah. Shardul, I've only seen Shardul wipe the ball, apply sawdust near the crease. That's all.
And that is the game. Another 6, I think, over mid-wicket. He checks the pull shot there. And they have won. They have chased 243. 245. No.
44.
I've got that wrong 2 different times. That was a 6. It was a 6. That's what put me off. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
They chased 243 with 8 balls remaining. It was an incredible display. We saw Travis Head get dropped 5 times and caught and not appealed for. But then he started hitting 6s. Abhishek got started quite well also. But most of the late part of this after the collapse was just Heinrich Klaasen, who has timed the ball fantastically. And then Salil has played what Rob Barron likes to call a nice little cameo to finish the game off. And that is it. And Sunrisers look back. There was a guy when they lost a couple of wickets in the middle. There's a guy in the comments going, I knew they were a middling team. They're not going to go anywhere. I hope he's erased those comments from the internet because in the end, this was a very, very easy win. As Akshay has gone in the middle of my sentence. Maybe I've taken too long. Rob, I love our scorecard. It actually says at the moment that they need -5 runs to win.
It's a fact.
A big shout out to everyone. This is another really, really good live watch along we've had here. Me and Rob are going to pop out of this one and go over and do the podcast in a moment. Oh, wait, we just got... Oh, have we got some super chats we can run through? Oh, sorry, everyone. Seishirara says, Klaasen the best T20 great after AB de Villiers from South Africa. Yes.
Yep.
Imran Tahir, third. Akshay says, Rob, where can we get some of these cricket books? My dad would love these. He already has 2 of Jared's. Thanks for responding on Insta. No problem. If you come to the UK and you go to a first-class cricket game or a test game, there is always someone in the corner selling them. Just bring over a spare suitcase, man, and you can get loads of them. They also have, I don't know if Rob's ever been to them, some of the cricket societies sometimes have these huge things where they just open a cricket club up, and sometimes you'll have 1,000 cricket books in them that you can go in and buy. I went to one with Arun Sen Gupta, the great historian, and me and him saw each other, and we were running to each row to try and beat each other to the books we wanted to get. And then Andy says, Head and Abhishek couldn't hit Gazam far. Didn't they hit him for 12 in his first over? But yes, I understand what you mean. Klaasen made it look like he was bowling underarm. Is the big man back? He looked back to me. What did John Wick say? I'm thinking I'm back. Thanks to Akshay. Thanks to Rob. We'll be on the podcast in a minute for more of this kind of things. But please, it's very important that you hear this. There are some major Combox events coming up. If you are in India or Dubai, you want to be on combox.tv and sign up to our newsletter because something is going to pop in, and it's going to be nicer than Rob Barron talking about Amelia Earhart. We'll see you again very soon for more watch-alongs here on Combox. Combox. The game lives on.